Day number 2 of the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship continues. My name is Korn. With me is Proper, and live from Japan, we have 4 teams fighting for regional supremacy to try and go and make their way to the DAF Championship later this year in the late ends of July. It is going to be a great rest of the tournament, Andy. We've had a round robin yesterday. We've got more of the round robin today, where we'll see Team Alaska throughout most of our day today. But more so importantly than anything else, Andy, the Pacific Islands roster that we saw yesterday has been dominating throughout the course of this weekend, and they don't look to show any signs of slowing down.
No, they do not. The Pacific Islands team, I think most importantly yesterday, they shut up a lot of all the haters, including being doubted by all of Misawa Air Base, and that is what is known as Team Japan. So I think most importantly for them, it's remaining to be consistent on the tournament weekend, but also just to continue to upset after upset. Like, that's their main form of competition. I think that they're mostly going to be looking at that matchup later on in the championship bracket.
Yeah, they absolutely will be. And speaking of the formatting that we have throughout the entire event, like I said before, we have a round robin today that is going to be continued. It's a double round robin that will lead us into a single elimination tournament bracket where we will have 2 matches, obviously 2 semifinal matches and 1 grand finals match. That grand final will be a best of 7. All other matches played throughout this week are best of 5s. And the winner of the tournament will then qualify for the DAF Esports World Championship in the end of July, where they will play up against 4 teams from the CONUS region and 1 from the USAFE region as well. So that is going to be kind of what they are playing for. Last year, it was Team Japan who was able to take the reins from this region and go to the DAF Esports World Championship. This time around, though, they have quite the stern challenge coming in from the side of the Pacific Islands. We'll take a look at the standings real quick and kind of just talk about those. Realistically, Andy, as we kind of already mentioned, yes, Team Pacific Islands are at the top of things. But Team Alaska, who they are going up against first today, is sitting at 0-3. They need something to go their way. They're hoping to kind of push up a little bit on that mantle today.
Absolutely, yeah. Team Alaska, of course, this is a roster that was formed, I believe, just about like a handful of days ago, like not even about a week, if that. Like they just found out that they're going to be coming in representing their region that they were playing from. So tough shake of things when it comes down to it. Yesterday, I believe their opening match was actually against Pacific Islands. They got Billy bopped out of there 3 maps in a row. Didn't even take a single map throughout the entirety yesterday. I didn't scrub through all of the scoreboards, but I mean, trial by fire, right, man? I mean, like, all these matches are going to continue to be tough. It's a double round robin, as you see here, day 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. Team Alaska going up against what is now the #1 team since yesterday of the Pacific Islands. It's only going to be tougher from here.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. But as looking at the schedule real quick again, we are in day 2 now. 10 a.m. Japanese Standard Time is what we're looking at here for our broadcast. Obviously, that's our start time now. But tomorrow we will have another broadcast. Same thing with the day after, the times to be determined on that. We'll have a schedule graphic for you later on so you can follow along throughout the rest of the weekend. That being said, let's introduce our main matchup that we have here between Team Alaska and Team Pacific Island. I know we kind of already alluded to some of the points here as well, but let's take a look at the side of Team Pacific Islands real quick and go through and introduce the squad that needs no introduction. I think, Andy, you and I have pointed to one person in particular over and over and over again, and that would be Green Gred, coming over from CONUS region, over from Dover Air Base, now inside of the PACAF region. He has been a great addition to this roster, a really foundational piece to an already great foundation of a roster, and they don't look to show any signs of slowing down. They're a little scared of the CONUS region if they were to make it out of here. At least that was what Green Gred told us yesterday, but overall they look good.
Yeah, it's hard not to be fearful of the CONUS region. I mean, those guys have been running DAF like ever since we've been doing this entire shindig, so it's undoubtedly going to be like the biggest target if and when they do make it towards that occasion at the end of July. I also got to give a big shout out to Breadwinner. I mean, his sniper in Search and Destroy is terrifying. But realistically, like any one of these 4 players, rounded out by Seaskirt and iWept, of course, have shown semblance of being able to pop off. I mean, there was in that Den Overload, what was it, like Seaskirt was like 3-10, and he goes on like one massive 6 spree, and then like about a handful of lives later, he goes on another 7 spree. It's quite impressive, to say the least. Like, that's shades of like Optic Gaming, you know what I'm saying? Like, any one of those 4 players at any point in time, Alex, they're about to fry.
They absolutely are. And all these players, they know each other. All the teams have a lot of really good chemistry with one another. They scrim all the time. They're always playing in and around with one another, although they might be stationed at different air bases. They absolutely are still getting the practice that they need against each other within the region. Speaking of the team that they'll be playing against, Team Alaska, we didn't get to see them yesterday on the broadcast, but today, again, as we said and we saw on the schedule, we will see them throughout every single best of 5 series. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that roster is going to be presenting to us here this afternoon. We've got Nuxer, we've got Busets, Beamed, and Royal American. This is a roster, Andy, that formed relatively recently. It's like 4 days ago. They were kind of a last-minute fill for this tournament, so there wasn't a ton of expectation coming into the week for them and coming into the tournament for them. But any sort of kind of uplook for them, any sort of momentum that they can carry throughout of a series, I think that's going to be something that they're more playing for opposed to the win, just because of how young this team is when it comes to their infancy as a roster together.
Absolutely well said. Beamed, Royal American, like those are two that do have time spent playing together. They got second in this year's qualifier. I think that Nuxer has a lot to live up to. He was the last minute addition for this team, as well as Busets. Like when you think about it for Busets' perspective, like is originally a volunteer for the event, but he's playing due to Alaska's main team dropping out. So these guys are dealt a swift but beautiful hand. I mean, for one, like you're in Japan, you're playing Call of Duty. It's hard to be upset about that. For two, like you're kind of dealt like that swift hand because like you do have to effectively beat some of the best in some of these teams that have already been playing a lot of different match and maps together from their own specific qualifiers to be here right now. So expectations may be low, but we don't know what this team ceiling looks like yet, man.
No, we don't, but we do have our map set that we can take a look at here now for this best of 5 series. We'll start out with the hard point on Expo. A Colossus Search and Destroy will follow that up shortly after, and then the guaranteed best of 3 map set is going to follow and end with the Overload on Exposure. Colossus and Scar at the end should we need go the distance, but I believe that would take Team Alaska finding their first map victory of the entire tournament so far. So I'm not going to hold my breath to get to that Colossus hard point, but that doesn't mean it's not in the cards.
Yeah, it's hard to judge anything. I mean, we haven't seen Alaska play yesterday, but I mean, I just scrubbing through the scores, it wasn't pretty numerically, but it's a new day. You've got all the warm-ups that you were able to play, and I think Exposure Hardpoint is going to be a good litmus test, especially versus the Pacific Islands team, which we were able to see yesterday, how fundamentally sound that they are proactively playing on the map. This was the map one they played versus Team Japan yesterday. They won 250 to 180, and these guys were just ahead of all the rotations. They were very good on manipulating the spawns for big power moments like P3, for P4, as well as P5. So I think that not only Alaska already just at face value have their work cut out for them, but going in towards such a fundamentally heavy map mode combination of Exposure Hardpoint, it's going to be, like I said, a good litmus test to be able to see how they do stack up against what is now PACAF's #1 team, at least in our eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing that we saw, and I guess we can break down from a few of the different players as well, like iWept was one of the people that I continued to watch on the mini map where we just saw the arrow running around. Whether it was playing through middle map and being able to take up space, or whether it was making a route through the back end, the same thing could be said for Breadwinner. It was those two in particular that I saw continuously making proper plays to kind of really get nice positioning for the team. And that just allowed Greengred to do what he does best. Go out there, continuously slay. That allowed Seaskirt to just play his role, get a little ratty if he wants to, but he can also take those face challenges as well with the rest of the team. And so when I look at this entire roster from start to finish, there's a lot of really, really strong chemistry here, just from their individual play styles already. And that's not even on top of the personalities that they have with each other. That's not on top of the communications. And yesterday we actually, I believe it was Seaskirt that we asked in the interview, kind of about their communications as they were going forward through things like how do they deal with adversity when they're down, when they're in negative positions, when they kind of get lost in an overload, when they lose 2-8 against Team Japan in an overload. And he just told us, he's like, we just got to lock it in. The vibes are good. If there's like a spree that happens, everybody just gets that burst of energy immediately. But it's not like the comms are panicked. Nobody's kind of just going one shot, one shot, one shot. They're not screaming, they're not yelling, they're not jumping over each other. It's conversational, and that's the best thing that you can have in Call of Duty.
Couldn't agree more, man. So let's go ahead and talk about our predictions before we fully get on in towards the series. I think just immediately, just off the bat, like we could both agree without fully seeing like Alaska even on our screens, these guys didn't exactly have an easy day yesterday, man. I got them going into 3-0. You agree with me as well. I mean, I don't blame you off the strategy last night, Alex. At this point, you might as well just ride my coattails so that way you could just always stay one ahead. It's a solid strategy out of you, kid. Solid strat.
Hey, look, a ride is gonna ride. That's all I gotta say. So, I mean, look, we'll go 3-0 again here for Pacific Islands. Again, it was kind of like what we said yesterday. The only falter that you and I really both had was the Team Japan versus Team Pacific Islands. That was a pretty tough one to predict because, again, this Team Pacific Islands, I guess the storyline that we came into yesterday, maybe it doesn't continue into today, but yesterday they were the wild card. We didn't know what to really expect out of them at full strength, at least from our perspective of not seeing this team play in quite some time. So to be able to see them actually take that mantle, take it to Team Japan, the previous and defending champions, who we all thought were going to be the strongest team inside of the PACAF region this time through, has been a great story to follow along with. Now, I know this is going to be coming up later, but I'm going to be honest, Andy. I don't think Team Japan's done just yet. I know we've been talking about Team Pacific Island, but I don't think Team Japan is done with this roster just yet. So there's a lot of Call of Duty to be played here, but Team Alaska looking to at least take the challenge to the Pacific Islands a bit better than they did yesterday. Let's hope they can do so on Exposure.
Yeah, again, Exposure is a very fundamentally map mode combination. You know that Team Japan's going to be watching this intently, even if they have any coaches or any eyes to be able to watch that VOD later on. But if you're new to Call of Duty as a whole and you need a little bit of refresher on the game mode of Hardpoint, well, here's the VOD for you.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
As I said yesterday, look, not everybody needs the explanation video, but it is great to have, especially if there's anybody watching, like colleagues, friends, family back home. You never know who's going to be tuning into the broadcast. So just making sure that everybody's up to speed on what we're playing for here in the first hardpoint. We'll have a couple of those for Search and Destroy and Overload later on, but we'll keep it current with our hardpoint here on Exposure. We got the keyboard and mouse player? I didn't even expect that.
That's
oh
my goat.
God. That's Andy. Oh my God.
That's my goat. Let's go. What? Wait. So was that the buckets? Busets, sorry.
I think that was Busets. Yeah. I think that's who it was.
My legend
you
goat,
see those
dude.
arms on the keyboard? How does he not break it with every key press?
For real. That's what I'm saying, man. Yo, if that man's sniping and Search and Destroy and he's just like me for real, watch out for that, man. Let's go. Oh, man, might go a little crazy. He might go a little crazy. All right. Map number 1, Exposure Hardpoint. You know how it works. Get inside the hill, accrue more time, eliminate the enemy team, whatever's easier. But you want to hit 250 points first and foremost. And IWEP, he's already got full control of Long. I mean, it's a perfect start, and he's got 4 of the 6 kills.
Yeah, it's what he loves to do. Just run up through middle map, take the SMG out, get in the face of the opponent, and just push them back. Every time he can get one further and further away, it's going to work out wonderfully. Great snaps and good shots on the head glitch is going to allow the rest of the teammate to funnel on through and should be able to find the last remaining players, and they absolutely do. So first hard point here on P1 has not been relatively contested at all. They get about 25 seconds of time. Now it's all about the rotation. Breadwinner will open up with a double. It's a 3-for-1 engagement here, and they're going to get that P2 initial time.
Yep, just waiting to see where the enemy team's located at. Good stuff coming through for Pacific Islands, and they're going to be able to brute force their way through con and start working their way back over towards the hard point where they already locked away the first 10 seconds. And they dealt with one player that was trying to go for a lurk play over from the dirt hop up by the white box through the old time. Everything's coming up aces for the Pacific Islands.
Going to slide out around the corner. Good bait and switch there for Beamed, his teammate as well, but unfortunately it really doesn't amount to all that much. Breadwinner will be sitting on the backside of the tank on 4 in a row for himself. 6 spree, now a 7 spree between himself and Green. Granted, he puts a well-placed nade on the Royal American in the back. Nuxer will blade down. Wants to chow the hard point out here in just a moment, but the slide out for the mid cut is going to be a little bit hard to challenge there. And with 60-0 being the scoreline so far, gunfights are still being won by the Pacific Islands.
And Nuxer trying to force the play, trying to make something happen. Even contested time is looking good, but you got to try to get a full wipe here of the Pacific Islands, who are able to turn from 1 going in towards 2, scrap into initial. No easy feat when it comes down to exposure going to 1 to 2, but 75 unanswered points thus far from the Pacific Islands. And they're even holding down the initial time for Peak 3. They're reading these back spawns. They're wayward, and that all comes from Breadwinner. Good comms out of him, but still, the read is here, and Caesar locks down 2.
All through the top window. Last one there. Gonna fall to the hands of the Breadwinner once again. I thought for a moment maybe the trade could come through from Team Alaska and they could survive the chaos for a moment, at least get some points on the board. Instead, it'll be Beamed in mid-cut, getting knocked off by Seaskirk in the back boost sets. Just waiting for the team. I'm liking the effort to at least try to play together for Team Alaska. The problem is just gunfights aren't being won right now. And as iWeb is looking out the door, the pre-fire will cross it off. They'll hold it out, and they've got the spawns locked.
And the next problem is going to be that you have to somehow work your way out from this. What is a spawn trap? Finally, a little bit of semblance comes through. Beam finds a good crucial 2-piece. That should be the exit. They're still trying to play for this very old time. I mean, if Nuxer is going to be able to hop up here, find the last player inside the time, that at least gives himself an opportunity to help his team get out from what was a very, very dirty spawn trap. But still, you had those deep P3 spawns. That means immediately you know that the enemy team spawning in over towards the new hill. Team Pacific Islands just racking up the time.
Hey, look, 1 looks a lot better than 0. That is an egregious gunfight win for Breadwinner, as he's already got a Hellstorm to work with. Trophy systems now available for the side of Team Pacific Islands to get themselves set up inside of P4. Shots out to the right-hand side. Pistol challenge down low. You thought maybe he'd walk away with a gunfight there. A bit overzealous, but you can do that when you're dog walking him at the moment. iWept will just hold the time. Minute 38 for Breadwinner. Minute 18 and continuing to climb here from iWept, and the kills continue to come through. Another 4 down, one of those. A team kill for Team Alaska. This has gotten out of hand. It's kind of what we expected, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is spiraling manically out of control. Team Pacific Islands just completely dismantling all of what Team Alaska had even once hoped for. I mean, like, there are kills that are coming through, but those are just transitional gunfights that are just not happening near the objective. Towards the end of the first set, we will go and towards the final hill here at Dirt. You got a split opportunity coming through for Team Alaska. They just have to walk away with the kills. Last up is Busets, and he's just going to get read out. Breadwinner, he's going to find his 18th kill. Triple positive for the kid as Team Pacific Islands are running circles.
Nuxer on the challenge. Stun check inside of the hard point. Still 2 players here. He wants to watch the flank. I mean, that's just how Pacific Islands are just running it down on Team Alaska right now. They've got themselves checking every angle, regardless of where the spawns are coming through from. Green Red will just continue to sit on the hard point here with 20 seconds left on P5. We'll get back over to P1. Seaskirk is holding the zig cut. He's got 2 bodies there. A couple more looking to flood through on the map. The contestation is in, but with 20 seconds, that'll be the team win for Team Alaska, or excuse me, Team Pacific Islands.
Team Pacific Islands up to 235 at the end of the first set of hard points. When have you ever seen something like this, Alex? And they're looking to close things out in the second P1 of the game. Just 10 required, and they're pretty poised to do it. I mean, Beam's going to have to be the last one up. You got at least boost sets. He finds his first kill of the game upon the entrance. There comes at least a trade, but iWept with 6 in a row. He'll call game 250 to 1.
I don't remember the last time I heard that. Not only you saying 250 to something else, but 250 to 1. It's been quite some time. And again, this isn't to poke fun at Team Alaska. We know the struggle is there because this team just formed. We have step-ins and everything like that. This is nothing against Team Alaska. This is just simply just getting outplayed in hardpoint. But at least they got 1. That's what I'm happy about. At least they got 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Got stuff on the board. I mean, Busets.
It's a gentleman's 1-point club.
Busets, he still dropped a single. He instead of trading in for the goose egg, he got a breadstick, man. Word to Olive Garden, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to appreciate it, man. You definitely got to appreciate it right there. So Pacific Islands, they're going to take a 1-0 lead in this series. Convincingly, I think is just putting it very lightly, but still, at the end of the day, you're right, Alex. Like, they just got simply outmaneuvered, outplayed, outgunned. Every single facet comes through. When you're looking at the third hard point and only 2 of your players have the majority of your kills, like, it's going to be really, really tough. Hard point, albeit like you need to accrue hard point time. The only way you're realistically going to get on that hard point is if you get the kills.
Yeah, 100%. One thing I will say, dude, Beamed was actually kind of frying. I'm not going to lie.
Like,
Beamed actually has a little shot on him. And if he's able to get a team around him where he can kind of get some practice in, maybe you get Nuxer there too, because Nuxer was kind of frying too. Like I saw some like moments where Beam was getting like 2 and 3 pieces. I'm like, yo. I'm like, are we playing Run It Down City right now? I like this guy. So I think going forward, I want to see what Bean has inside of this region if he's continuing to play in PACAF, because I do think that there's a little bit of a bright spot there for him. But just kind of talking about the overall map in general, I gotta ask the question: Is 1 and 13 from Busets better than the 4 and 23 from Zuma?
From an engagement perspective, no. I don't really know how to answer that, guy. That's a hard question.
Does that feel better overall? You know, like does that like what looks better from like an eye standpoint? Like when you're looking at it, like what,
I'm gonna
what
give
feels...
Busets the win here, just because like Tommy is a pro player. He dropped 4 and 23 as a pro player. Like that's
fair.
You can't have that happen. Like I don't care how bright the lights were, man. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter, man. But it's just a tough shake, though, because, I mean, again, like, we're talking about, like, individuals that aren't rehearsed on the game versus other individuals. We were talking there with Green Greg yesterday, just, like, how much these guys are just, like, grinding the game, absolute shooters. We're talking to a couple different guys that are, like, eerie, if not plus, when it comes down to rank play itself. Like, these guys are spawning in towards and playing the toy every single day.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I'm just kind of looking forward to the Search and Destroy on Colossus here, though, as we have everything lined up in front of us. But I will say, hey, like before, we had the hardpoint explainer. Now we're going to learn about a little bit of Search and Destroy. Enjoy the little video we got for you.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin, where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Colossus Search and Destroy is a map where you can get lost very easily if you are overwhelmed by the offense or defensive pressure. And we know from Team Pacific Island's perspective, they are going to run it down on the map. Nuxer will look through the P1 push through immediately. You can see where the bomb wants to be taken, at least at the initial point. North side of the map is where players 1 and 3, that's going to be Seaskirk and Breadwinner are. First blood is going to go to Seaskirk, and as he looks to push this even further up onto the B point, there's one back blue. Green Greb will hold this from statue. They've got a great map spread here on offense.
I wonder if Brett has the boomstick in hand as well. The way he was playing it certainly looked like it, but it may not matter because we know the SMG is just running it straight down through mid, right? I mean, like, if you're able to get the first blood up inside P1 and the bomb's still lurking over towards B, I don't even think that Alaska knew that the bomb was maneuvering over towards that north lane, whether they saw a glint from a sniper rifle or saw some wayward shots coming over by the boat head glitch. Either way, it's IWEF through the middle of the map that just completely blows up the backline.
Take a look at the player cams here. You can see on the right-hand side, that's going to be Team Pacific Islands. On the left, that's Team Alaska. Very obvious vibe shifts between the two rosters at the current point in time. One team just good vibes and everything like that. The other just trying to figure out how they can walk away with the first engagement and first gunfight win here on Colossus. Out towards over on A. 3 bodies on the statue. Seaskirk will be backed off. Going to toss a nade. Reflected off the top. Doesn't get anything with it. But will back off Team Alaska for the moment. Good shots onto the top are going to allow the rest of the team to kind of get into position for this pinch back on site. And the AR, you don't see this getting aggressive all the time, but it's the first blood that goes the way of Team Alaska.
Immediate 3-player trade. Beam last alive now. 1v2. Force out the 1v1, and he's gone. All the way through the beat boot. Now, is he just baiting out the kill cam to maybe come back through? No, he's going to push all the way through over by B, but Greengrad, he's a little bit too privy to the situation. He is chasing ghosts.
Oh, I thought the timing would be good for a second.
The ragdoll.
Oh,
God. That was a gross. I like the play was great out of Greengrad, but like I'm pretty sure that this ragdoll just went flying into the ocean. Watch this thing. Oh, never mind. We're not gonna see.
Oh, of course, in the kill cam, it doesn't do it.
Man, come
I mean, maybe the play there is just hopefully get the refrag on a trebuchet. I don't know.
I mean, if you're thinking in the grander scheme of the thing, like you're ultimately clearing the B bomb site. You just came back from A. You don't have the information, so it's either you plant the bomb and you play for back yellow, or like you just either hit all the way back through A. Either one probably would have been better, but the hesitation comes back to bite them in the rear.
Well, looking at the first blood again, this time it is Nuxer who finds Green Gred. The problem is, unfortunately, there's not a position for a trade, and it was Beamed who got cut down top P1. Now that you've lost Nuxer as well, it's Royal American and Busets, the last two alive here versus Breadwinner, Iwept, and Seaskirk. You'll get one for your troubles. But again, tradable positions is what we talked about for Team Pacific Islands against every single one of their opponents we saw yesterday, and they do it again here on Colossus. No trouble whatsoever. 3-0 up here early on in the S&D.
And if you're not going to check them with stun nades here, Alaska, they're just going to continue to sprint it down. I mean, like, these are things when you think about search and destroy, like even at the highest level or even like collegiate level, you can attest to this, Alex. Like, you got to start stun checking a lot of these different corners, doubling things up, trying to put yourself in a situation to get some team shots on the enemy team. Because if you don't, then, well, Iwept or Seaskirt are just going to continuously get in towards these very annoying positions. Breadwinner's got the sniper. Gonna go for the jump peek out here by boat. He'd be met by Beam in a moment's time. But the battle over by statue still goes the way of Nuxer. That's his third first blood in a row.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's got him popping with those first bloods. I wish they could get something else on top of that from him, or really the rest of the team, and not put anybody in a 1v odd situation. It's Breadwinner who will get one with the snipe, though. Green Gred and Iwept will also pair for a couple, so every round that has started off looking great for Team Alaska, unfortunately, has fallen through. And with 4 rounds straight to the side of the Pacific Islands roster, this one is starting once again to look a bit more grim and dire for Team Alaska.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, even with finding first bloods, it's very rare in any Call of Duty since we've gone back to 4v4. So like BO4 and Modern Warfare 2019, I guess, are the only ones to make this argument. Like, when you do lose that first blood, that you rarely ever come back from that deficit, just because when you do have that numbers advantage, you're able just to play the trade game continuously, and well, that'll always maintain numbers. Go figure. That's how a simple subtraction does work. I know you're a math major there, Alex, but we'll have to see a Team Alaska are going to be able to get themselves on the board. It's going to be a defense potential. Beams up top. Nuxer looking for that statue control. He's not going to get the first ball this time as 2 quick kills come through.
Slide to the back. Royal American last alive here. 1 versus 4. He's got 1 for it, but unfortunately, just again, trade is there. And if the week hasn't already looked a bit dire, I mean, they just got out of Alaska in the Endless Night from November and January, and it looks like it's still continuing here in March, at least where Call of Duty is concerned. Rather unfortunate throughout some of these search and destroy rounds, but Pacific Islands just continued to assert their dominance round after round. First bloods, it really doesn't matter. They were comfortable winning out of any situation they're put in.
Green Gred up to 4 in a row. It's combined 9 if you include the 8 from Wept and just the 1 that Seaskirt found in the previous round, but I mean, these are a lot of unanswered kills that are coming through. Busset sitting on a goose egg. You are finding kills from Team Alaska, especially in that first blood, but you just got to be able to convert. Iwep's just going to sprint down mid, finds a good damage in towards the second, and just sprints it down for the final blow there with a pistol. Nuxer last alive, 1v4.
There we go. The first blood king. Can you blood the entire team? 1 by 1. They're not really going to give individual gunfights, but you do get a free one over on the B site, so this is a little bit more winnable. Heglitch in the back has to back off. 50 HP, 14 shots in the dropback, full reload. Here we go. Second gunfight onto Seaskirk. Turns back around, and unfortunately this time, though, it will be fully traded out. So after a 250 to 1 point hard point, Team Alaska will now face an 0-6 defeat here in the Search and Destroy. The Pacific Islands are making mincemeat out of their opponent and continuing to look forward to a 4-0 start in the round robins.
Yep. Just Wep doing what Wep does best. You get the 6 non-traded kills, goes on that 7 spree all the way from his second life. And honestly speaking, if he's just going to continue to sprint things down, like, and it's not just one-dimensional. I think that this is where, like, I could really give, like, Pacific Islands their flowers, like, in this series, is that it's not like they're doing, like, the same thing over and over and over again. Like, it's Colossus Search and Destroy, so you can really only get as creative as, like, the map allows you to do so, but, like, you know, it's not always just a sprint through statue or a sprint down through in the scanner, sprint up top in P1. Like, Wep's keeping it mixy, man. Like, and the same thing could be said about Bread with the sniper rifle. It's never the same rollout on either side of the bomb on 2 different angles. You really just do have to appreciate the way that we are seeing Pacific Islands play the map.
No, you really do. And again, credit to credit to Alaska at the same time for how they kind of at least started off the S&D. That first round, it was just a 4, everybody dead. After a flawless round there from Team Pacific Islands, they continued to fight back. Beamed had a couple of moments. Nuxer was getting those first bloods. If they could just find a little bit more timing together and really try to play the map with alongside one another. And I know it's hard to be able to do that round over round constantly, especially with no practice, but hell, even 2 rounds, even if it's just a round, a singular round, just being able to sit there and be like, you know what, hey, let's just all run it down on this site and let's just try to challenge this out together. Maybe take a slide chow here, maybe call 3, 2, 1, something like that. Even if you don't have a ton of practice together, just a little bit of communication can go a long way, regardless of if anybody's winning their gunfights or not. And just to be able to see that play being made, I think that's the big thing.
Couldn't agree more, man. It's one of those things, again, where you're just losing round after round after round. That is something that the pros end up doing. Just you know what? Screw it, man. Y'all just want to 4-hit this one angle. What if we all just it's crazy, but what if you all just 4-hit through the B lane and then you just all 4-hit through scanner? Wouldn't recommend it. You might get colladed and maybe force a team kill, but still, it's the idea of you're forcing out the engagements with your team to be able to get those team shots back online. The communication then soon to follow, and then hopefully by the end of that round, a 4-player bang out through one of the lanes, you might be able to get around on the board as well.
Yeah, you'd absolutely hope so. Well, we will take a break. Never mind. We're not going to take a break. I looked immediately to my left and I saw no break. So we're not going to a break. We're going to keep riding on through this. We're going to jump immediately into the overload here, but we'll talk about the overload that we have in front of us real quick and just break it down a bit. But before we do that, we'll look at the video that's going to explain how overload is going to work for anybody that might be just a bit shaky on how that shakes out.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
Well, Overload is a game that we have seen inside of only Black Ops 7. It's kind of like a mix between Uplink, Blitz from Ghosts, if you remember all the way back when. It really does come down to making sure that you are always on top of being able to play with an incredible pace with your team. You are rewarded in this for taking space as quickly as humanly possible. But if you get a little too aggressive, sometimes that can come back to bite you in the ass. So it's all about making sure that the map control is there, you're winning your gunfights, and you're keeping track of a flanking player. If you get 3 down, you got to look for number 4, but that lead blocker getting out in front of you is oh so important. IWEP will open up with the first blood over on the left-hand side, but the Royal American will trade it out. They go 1-for-1 in the opening engagement, but it is going to be the Pacific Islands who rain home the rest of the kills.
Yeah, just to extend off your point there, Alex, Overload is a very interesting game mode. Again, the first year that we are seeing it in any game and competitively as well. You can't always just be playing for the objective. There comes a certain point in time where you do need to be playing for kills first and foremost, and then you start rotating the ball. Not what Green Gret is doing right now. He's just completely outmaneuvering everybody. Royal American going to be late towards it, and yeah, that's going to be the score. So everything that I just said didn't matter for the play that just happened, but still Pacific Islands score first.
Yeah, it was just a nice bait out of Pacific Islands. You get it over in dirt, you try to push it out A, you recognize, okay, hey, they got 2 bodies stacked back there. If we wrap this fast enough, we can probably get it in. Red Winnel will go ahead for the rally, try and go around the right-hand side. Everybody challenged back to the left, and they didn't give themselves an opportunity to peek out, so it's going to be probably, yeah. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, yeah, 4 dead. And they'll run it back again. Still going to be all the way deep. Dirt going to grab the objective, now push their way forward. Nuxer, just an unfortunate gunfight there as IWEP's pushing up. Still has 100 HP. Inside of P4, Green Gret will look for another. He's got 3 straight kills, and that'll be the 3rd cap within the first minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, Greengrad, he's reading the spawns as well. It's just so awkward. You get players all up inside a ring and around P4. They're not going to spawn immediately where Nuxer just spawned on the back of the B portal. They're actually going to spawn underneath their solar panels, which is just not a fun place to be, being funneled in towards the middle of the map. So got a 8 spree immediately. Halftime going to be reached. And just as quick as you may like it, I think they got the opening score in about like 20 seconds, and then they rallied the next 3 subsequently. Terrifying. Yeah. Terrifying pace.
Now, Andy, I know over here in the States, we have DoorDash. Do they have DoorDash in Japan?
I don't know.
I feel like they might now. I don't know. This has been a very, very quick series so far here in the Overload. No shot of slowing down. Andy, this is a question for you. When is the last time you saw 4 captures get put in that quickly?
That quickly? Never. I thought you were gonna ask like a 4-0, and I've been like, I don't know, the last like Toronto Koi literally have like 2-8-0 shutouts this season, so that would have been it right there. But that quickly, I'm pretty sure like we still had like 2 minutes plus on the board. So I don't ever, maybe in my rank play like opening matches, like when I was getting placed, I guess.
All right, here we go. Another opportunity to score here. By the way, Seaskirk still yet to die. 8-0 at the beginning of this. I wept will fall. Seaskirk
nice
unfortunately now falls. Yeah, that's on me. My bad, guys.
Well, man, he had something going for himself.
I'll go get it back. Don't worry.
Yeah, Greengrad, he's just playing cutoff here at top plat. Just a terrifying spot to be. I mean, where are you supposed to be even reading the spawns? Nuxer doesn't even know where he just went. He repositioned himself over towards the top plat area, and he's going to end up getting that gunfight win. Beam needs to double down to stop this capture from happening, but won't be able to get it. Took 1 minute this time around, but Pacific Islands get their 5th.
Well, American flank opportunity on the backside of Gen just gets cut down from an opposite angle. You just don't expect that immediately off the spawn. Things getting very chaotic. It is a full spawn south side of the map at the moment for Team Alaska. This is all due to the manipulation that Pacific Islands have pushed into the spawn side with. Now it's going to be trying to get this pushed up inside the bottom of Solar. Nuxer, good shots. It's going to be able to weaken one up a breadwinner, and the rest of the boys are still here for Team Pacific Islands. They'll get themselves their 6th score, 2 away from being able to close out map 3.
You saw Beam there on the flank, right? He hits through Khan. He finds the initial trade, but by the time he gets around his own solar panels, like the enemy team with the device is just already getting that B zone being captured. So 6-0 so far. Wep flies throw with the pistol in hand onto Boosets, and then he'll just gingerly walk his way in towards for the 7th score. So 1 away now for Team Pacific. Just where I was sitting there, is like, it took you a minute to be able to get your 5th. It took him a minute more to get 2 more.
Here comes the collapse from the spawn side. 2 players trying to stop the entire onslaught and the push forward from Team Pacific Islands, but they won't be able to do anything. It's another 4 dead, and another capture that comes through. 8-0 here in the Overload. 3-0 series win for Team Pacific Islands. They will improve to 4-0 in the round robins. Unfortunately, Team Alaska will fall to 0-4. Team Pacific Islands, Andy, they are looking very poised for a 1 seed going into the tournament bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to be feeling really, really good about this if you are Pacific Islands. Not only do you have an extra pep in your step from the 3-1 win versus Team Japan yesterday, but you bounced back in the Overload. This is now the 3rd Overload that we saw from them. They lost the Scar versus Team Japan yesterday, 8-2. They beat Team Korea 8-1 on Den, and here, I mean, it just speaks for itself. 8-0 versus Team Alaska. Their gunnies are looking really, really hot. Confidence got to be at an all-time high as well. And Pacific Islands, as you pointed out there, Alex, they improved to 4-0. And undoubtedly, until they end up seeing Team Japan again, it certainly feels like that this is the team that's going to be going 6-0.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And this is kind of weird, right? Like, this is the match that it started out with for Pacific Islands yesterday. I know that it's kind of like almost like a tongue-in-cheek kind of ego check, but like, you're feeling really good after that, and that's immediately the team that they played before they went up against Team Japan, which in my mind is like, okay, you are just like flying around the map. You are getting every gunfight going your way. You're not being contested whatsoever. I mean, that had to have done such a number for them going up against Team Japan, and that's what we saw in the opening Den hardpoint when we were watching them play, or the exposure hardpoint. We saw them play where they had like an 80 almost to nothing lead on Team Japan going into that, and you and I were both like, yeah, hold on. Hey, hold on. They got 30 off of P1 and 50 on P2. That just shouldn't happen. especially against a really good Team Japan. So I wonder if it's going to be the same kind of thing here where they just have a ton of confidence after this series going up against regardless who they play the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's actually their next series is Pacific Islands in the rematch versus Japan. That's actually happening over on our side stream as we're hanging out with Alaska all day long, as they're going to be taking on Korea. That's probably going to be one of their better chances to be able to finally get themselves on the board, not only for a map win, but potentially for a series. I don't want to bite off more than I could possibly chew. My mouth doesn't open up that wide. So I think that you're mostly expecting for Pacific Islands to continue on with this egregious warm-up to keep the gunnies hot, and then to be able to put themselves in a situation where they're going to be able to bring that in towards that series versus Team Japan, because they already know, just from a veto perspective, it's just the Scar overload. I mean, that was realistically it, man. I mean, like, they gave up 3 rounds in the Raid Search and Destroy, 250 to 188, then Hardpoint as well. Anything is possible at this point.
No, absolutely is. We do have an interview, though, on the table here from the winners of Team Pacific Islands. We have ourselves, I believe. We'll find out here in a second. Breadwinner, what is going on, brother? Congratulations
hey, how's it going,
on the series
guys?
win.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You guys played a hell of a series there. Pretty much same result as you guys had yesterday against this roster, but now 4-0 inside of the round robins, going up against a rematch against Team Japan here in the next series that you guys will be playing. How's the confidence feeling going into against Team Japan? Do you guys feel like you're going to be able to take another series against them?
I feel great going into Japan. Obviously, that last series, it's not really warming us up too much. I don't want to disrespect them too much, but yeah, that was, we got to kind of shift our gameplay back to high level, fast paced.
Well, let's talk about that next series then versus Team Japan, right? Because it was the only series that we've had so far, Brad, that went to a map 4 yesterday. And the only reason why it did is just because y'all fell behind in the Scar Overload. That's got to be a change in the veto process going forward. You guys aren't going to play Scar Overload, are you?
No, we're not. I think Scar is their best map. Chain plays super slow. He's just like a slow AR, and Scar kind of caters to him, like, his gameplay. I think Scar will probably be our veto for the respawns.
Very cool, man. Well, Brad, let's just talk about the team dynamic within its own self, specifically in Search and Destroy. Dude, your sniper rifle is annoying. Like, I'm not even playing against you, man, but like, your sniper rifle is just so annoying to play against that, like, you're always being proactive in the lanes that you are playing against. Is that something that you guys just always rely on, just knowing that your boomstick is the truth in that game mode?
I think it's definitely advantage because a lot of teams won't even run a sniper, and like bringing back the sniper and like bringing it back into the CDL and everything, I think it makes the game so much more fun, S&D, to have the sniper on the map. And if I'm sniping and nobody's countering me, it's just such a huge advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I kind of want to ask you as well is, like, especially in the series that we've seen you guys play on stream so far, you guys just seem like you have the confidence to kind of run it down against anybody that you play against. What gives you guys the confidence as a team just to be able to continuously hit your steps and get into the spots that you need to be in?
Well, last year, our team this year compared to last year is miles apart. We picked up Greengred and Wept. Wept is new. He like just came into the Air Force kind of, and he's just a young gun, wall bouncing, crazy aim. And then Greengred PCS into Hawaii. He's a strong AR and he's a Lanimal. Like, compared to online, Greengred is like he's really good on land. So yeah, I feel super confident in our team, and we talk and we communicate really well. So yeah, that gives us the ability to just run people down like that.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad the communication's good. Glad the vibes are good. That's the most important thing, at least in my opinion, in Call of Duty. So congratulations on the series win for you guys against Team Alaska. Again, we're looking forward to watching, or at least being able to see the results of the Team Japan matchup that you guys have coming up next. And of course, 4-0 now, looking to not only push into the tournament bracket, but potentially win the entire PACAF region. I'm sure that feels great.
Yes, sir. Wanted that 0 point club. Nuxer hit that old time, and he got the 1 point on me.
That's the gentleman's sweep, right? The gentleman's hard point right there. So you guys let him down easy on that. All right, well, Brett, good luck in the rest of the matchups that you guys have coming up the rest of the round robin today, and I'm sure we'll be talking with you at some point throughout the rest of the tournament. Good luck in the bracket as well. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch, you guys.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. You as well. All right. right, well, that was good talking to Breadwinner right there. I want to be honest. He's got a good little personality to him. That whole team for Team Pacific Islands, it really does. And honestly, pretty much every player that we've talked to in the interview process really just has the ability to come on here and be personable. And I think that's a really cool thing. Is you don't get that all the time with COD Kids. I'll be honest. You get some people in for an interview and they're like, yeah, we won him. It was pretty cool. Like, no, everybody here has a story. They have the passion. They have the happiness to actually be on an interview and kind of like show themselves off to the greater portion of the people not only watching, but just like being able to be in front of a camera and just showcase what they love to do. And I think that's a really cool part of the interview process that a lot of people skip out on.
Yeah, now we're collecting them like Infinity Stones. So the only one that we haven't talked to right now is Wept, but there won't be back up on the mainstream, so we'll have to keep that in store for when we get in towards the semifinals and the playoffs that end up starting tomorrow. But I was very appreciative of his perspective of the sniper rifle. I mean, Alec, you know me, like I'm a big sniper myself, so it's just like if nobody is countering me on the opposite side, like the confidence just is absolutely irradiating from your sniper rifle just to watch these SMGs just sprint on forward. And if you're not going to get that first blood, you know I got you. I really appreciate that take out of breath. That was good.
No, it was good stuff all across the board. Well, if you are just joining us, Team Alaska falls 0-3 to the Pacific Islands roster. They've improved to 4-0. Team Alaska will be 0-4. We'll see them once more on the broadcast here in a moment, but we'll take a short break and we'll step aside. When we return, the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship continues.
throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the overload device and deliver it to one of two enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device is returned to one of three centralized farms. Matches are split into two halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the team can switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
apologies for the brief delay that we had there, a little technical difficulty in the background, but we are back here and ready to keep on rolling with the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship. Corn with me proper. We've got Alaska still on stream here going up against Team Korea in this best of 5. But before we get into that, a huge shout out to the 374th Force Support Squadron, and of course the Yokota Esports for handling and supporting everything on site this weekend in Japan as this tournament has continued to roll forward. We are in day 2 here of the round robins. The single elimination bracket will be what is underway after we get finished up here with everything else. And of course, if you have not been paying attention throughout the weekend, and if you're just here for Call of Duty, maybe you're a fan of Rocket League or you're wondering where Rocket League is, well, you can also find a Rocket League side stream as well. We've got both of those running at the exact same time, so if you don't want to miss a chance to see some car soccer, make sure you're checking that out as well. A lot of great teams here also fighting for PACAF supremacy between these 4 regions. That being said, Andy, we got to keep it current here with Call of Duty, though. We talked about Team Korea a little bit yesterday when we saw them play up against Team Japan. They also did play up against the Island Boys as well. That was a rather close matchup, at least closer than I presumed going into it. It was still a 3-0 for the Island Pacific roster, but at the same time, Team Korea looked really good in some of those maps. There were glimpses in there, and I feel like I've said that about a lot of teams. There have been glimpses. It's just how can they put the entire series together? I think going up against Team Alaska here, they do stand quite a tall task and a chance.
Oh, I was apparently my microphone was improperly rooted. That's on me. That's going against my name. But I think that if you're looking from Team Korea's perspective in that series, you were talking about a very competitive 3-0 until we got to the Overload versus the Pacific Islands. It's because of that search and destroy. It did reach all the way in towards around 10. They were really starting to figure things out on what they were able to do. These guys from the Osan Air Base, man, like they definitely had time spent playing together. But I think that it's just one of those things that we can continue to expect great things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got Team Korea on screen now. If you were here yesterday, obviously you were introduced to these boys. A couple of players to keep an eye on. Ice-T was making routes throughout the map constantly. Really was the one to aggress everything forward, starting to push the map out. It was 2-piece after 2-piece that we saw him make. Why 2K though? A young gun, first time competing here inside of the PACAF Esports Championship. He is new to the scene and new to this team as well, and he's provided quite the boost when it comes to the SMG role. Mossy and 2X Big Mike also here as well. Both of those players, no snuff when it comes to their competitive standpoint within this 4-man roster. This is a very good team. They haven't been able to best out Team Japan or the Pacific Islands just yet. They did take down Team Alaska yesterday. That was their one win within the round robin so far. But all things across the board, Team Korea is poised to at least make a deeper run here as we continue throughout the week.
Yep, Ice-T and 2x Big Mike. Those are 2 names that immediately jump off the page. You remember Ice-T, he placed 4th at BO6 Worlds with Ramstein. They came through at the DAF Esports World Finals and completely shake things up as they were the only team from USAFE. But let's go ahead and throw back up Team Alaska here for you all at home if you missed that opening series. It was a quick one. Team Alaska, though, looking to continue to bounce back. These guys they're dealt a very difficult hand, right? I mean, they were formed together not only about 5 days ago, finding out that they're going to be competing in this event, not even about 5 days ago, but they're making the most of the situation, man. And albeit they have yet to find a single map win, these guys are definitely out here for a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we saw the cams earlier, it didn't necessarily seem like the vibes were all there, but I feel like this one thing you just got to keep in the back of the mind here. It's like you were not anticipated to win. You weren't coming into this expecting to win. Maybe you were expecting to play a little bit better as a full team, but at the same time, again, just the fact that they were able to get to this spot and be able to play at the tournament here in Japan is a feat within its own. So again, no shade to Team Alaska and how we've talked about them so far. We just have to call it how we see it, and they have been getting smoked in a lot of the games that they've been playing, but we will give them the benefit of the doubt and the credit where credit is due when they do make the proper plays and they do start making some impactful moves around the map. But we will take our look at our map set real quick. Speaking of that first hardpoint search and destroy and overload in our guaranteed the guaranteed 3 to start out our best of 5. Of course, we'll start on Colossus, where I think this is going to give Team Alaska the best chance to really get mixy up against Team Korea, start influencing spawns, maybe just catch some timings. And honestly, this is one of those teams where it's like, I don't even hate if you're not going to play the spawns properly. If you can just start flipping the map out and making Team Korea have to kind of tweak about you, that might be your recipe for success in a map 1. We'll have a raid search and destroy and a scar overload. Again, that's your guaranteed 3 before we get out of our guaranteed 3, of course, where we would double up with a scar at the end. I know nobody wants to watch 3 scars in a row, myself included, just kidding. But no, all things considered, though, I think Team Korea, though, it definitely is going to be the team that I at least have at the top of the standings. And that leads us, I guess, to predictions here, Andy. I have a 3-0 for Team Korea over Team Alaska here.
I do as well, and it's, again, no shade to Team Alaska. Just they haven't given me any sort of reasoning to back in otherwise. And Team Korea, like we were talking about, they at least showed some brighter spots versus the Pacific Islands. We saw them in their opening series versus Team Japan, and they got absolutely stomped on, only putting up 109 points on that Scar Hardpoint. They did play Colossus Search and Destroy where they took 2 rounds, but even still, I mean, you said it right there. The Colossus Hardpoint, is a map that you could try to get Mixie on, and I hear that you're trying to will Alaska into it, but they got to get the kills first, man. And without being able to do that, Colossus is going to be a map that is very, very difficult to keep going for yourself because it's going to be Dravik pressure all over the place, top P1, hidden routes all the way through bottom scanner. If you don't rip that player immediately off the head glitch with your AR for P2 or P4, you're in for a world of hurt, let's just put it that way. But your SMG's got to continuously put up the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. If Team Alaska, and again, this is big ifs, but if Team Alaska can get pushed out on a rotation and be able to just hold their ARs in some good positions, I do think that they have at least an ability to put up more of a performance than they did against Pacific Islands, where they were only able to find 1 point inside of the exposure hard point. Because I think when I look at how the map is going to continuously play out, I think, getting to a P3 or a P2 or a P4 rotation where you really start to look at your money hills here on Colossus, I think those are 2 spots where if you put yourselves in the right position, just have one person blocking in the back and make sure you can alleviate any pressure that's pushing through P1 by posting an AR up somewhere or just getting an SMG Mixie. You can really easily get that in there. And I know that, again, that is a tall order. It's a tough task, especially when you're not winning the gunfights, and that's the requirement before anything else. So, Andy, I get that point. But I'm still going to be hopeful about Team Alaska, and I'm going to use my happiness and my rose-tinted lenses to put on real quick and say, hey, they have a chance. But
they may have a chance, Alex, but we still called for our predictions, and we're still calling out for a 3-0. Team Korea probably going to beat a 3-0 here, and Alex will continue to lead by 1. It's just how it is. Just how numbers work.
I went up by 1 yesterday. It doesn't help that my predictions are the same as yours. I have a strategy where I definitely could win off that if I wanted to, if I just wanted to copy you.
You could?
But I'm going to pick the 3-0 still. Because that's the logical answer here. I was watching a YouTube video the other day, and it was they were doing a trivia thing for Pokemon. And it was the one guy knew all the answers. The other team was actually getting the answers right because they didn't know as much as the other guy. And it just looked like he was copying them the entire time. That's where the strategy came from. So you're welcome. I'm going to just hold that over your head for the rest of the time that I have the predictions. You did it to me with CDL predictions, so I don't want to hear it.
That's fine. Yeah, my CDL pick'ems, I think I'm top 300 right now as far as this stage is concerned, which if you think about it in the grander scheme of things, how many people are probably doing pick'ems on CDL, I'll take it, man. I'll honestly take it. But yeah, even still, it was because I gave Team Korea the benefit of the doubt. I saw Ice-T was playing. I thought they were going to take a map versus Team Japan yesterday. You only get it right if you get it 100%. We do not give out participation trophies here as far as pick'ems are concerned here for the PACAF Esports Championship. So yeah, 3-0 across the board for this one, especially for Team Korea. Should be very interesting. Again, Colossus Hardpoint. Look, let's call a spade a spade. It is a map mode combination that you got to get eliminations. I'm looking at Beamed. I'm looking at Nuxer. These guys got to put up some numbers.
Yeah, they really do. Ice-T up top, though, will get knocked off. The first 2 names that you call out, the first 2 who find kills on the board, the Royal American will pair for another. I like the opening break that they had there. Lots of pressure out towards Statue. They got a couple inside of the hard point, but this is where the chaos is going to start to ensue because the spawns have flipped out and in through yellow. Y2 and the rest of the boys are now looking to push their way onside Statue. So the time will sit vacated for a moment. 30 seconds left to play for here. Doubled up inside of the hard point at the moment is Team Korea, Team Alaska trying to break back in for some time.
Try to see if they can convert any sort of that statue control and maybe try to wrap around the backside and maintain presence over towards P2. It's all for Team Korea at this moment in time. Beam's gone unnoticed. He is down low. It's just basically counting for when Y2K was going to finally turn over towards his right and deal with that last player. Here comes a 2-player hit, at least from the old time. Not a bad call whatsoever. Last player would be Y2K, and he goes 1 for 1. So next are going to be the spawns into the backside of P2, and Alaska got numbers to try to surge on forward.
Yeah, I'm loving that from Nuxer as well. He recognized that, hey, okay, Beam's pushing this around the right side. It's going to be a tough gunfight for him with the SMG. Let me slide inner on it close. And they basically played that together in a 3-2-1 challenge. It didn't go their way, but that's the kind of communication and teamwork that I'm wanting to see from Team Alaska to allow them to really start getting themselves even just a modicum of something to go their way in the hard point.
They've already 9 times their amount of score that they got in their previous hardpoint on Expo versus Pacific Islands, and that's an insane thing that I didn't think I would ever gonna say. But you look at the unanswered kills from top to bottom in the STRK column, that means for streaks. Finally, you get Y2K and Mossy. They die. Ice-T had a good look to maybe try to find a second, but Nuxer will shut that down. But a very successful P2 comes through for Team Korea. Now they got to start thinking about the break over towards new. Y2K is going to be the first one up. Loses the initial gunfight, or I'm sorry, does go 1 for 1. Now it comes down to his teammates to find further success.
Low jump, 2-2 split. Beams unfortunately gets slid in on by Mossy. Now it's all about the blue spawns here if you are Team Alaska and trying to break into this P3 from them. Nobody applying pressure just yet through middle map, but it looks like Beam is going to start to take himself a route. Up through top and middle P1, it's Ice-T that wins the gunfight up top. But back over on the hard point, kill still going all red. Mossy will pop a triple, and now you're looking all the way deep inside of blue. They've got the spawns blocked off. They're not even close to spawning out on P3 yet, and you've got the entire map cut off. Look at the routes, though, that are being taken by those blue arrows. They might be trying to influence the spawns here.
And might be trying to, but they're electing to send 2 players all the way through the scanner, and it's like you said, or like what we were talking about, even on Colossus Search and Destroy, is like maybe you want a 4-player bang out through something. Never body stack through that very narrow tunnel. That is a terrifying situation to be in. Y2K wanted to go for the stabby stabs. Mossy says, don't worry, I have a submachine gun. I got that one for you, pal. Now we're going to rotate all the way over towards the backside of yellow. Here for P4, it's going to be your next money hill. Nuxer will take down Y2K. That will influence the spawns for the boys in blue for now.
Big X2 Mike trying to slide in, but it's going to be Ice-T on the back end. And the full collapse that comes through from Team Korea allows them to suffocate the entirety of P4 and push the spawns out at the same time. So they got that full left side map control. Up through middle map, you can see Mossy, who's now on 9 in a row, looking for number 10, will finally fall to the hands of Nuxer. Y2K, well, they're on a perfectly placed route to get the trade on a teammate. So really, it's all about what Team Alaska can do. And over again, we see different routes being taken, and I like that they're trying to poke and prod in different ways, but they're not applying forceful pressure directly to the front of the hard point. Of course, you're just not winning the gunfight.
Trying to go for the last-ditch effort, fight for the back 20 seconds, doesn't really go their way, so it's looking like the end of the first set will be a convincing 150-plus points. Ice-T triple down and towards the feed. Gonna find himself up to 7 in a row as he takes down the last remaining player to try to break for that last second of time. 7 in a row for Ice-T. Probably has the Hellstorm missile. Mossy has a Hellstorm missile. And albeit on Colossus, you do got to bend it like Beckham. Word to Brody. It's still something that's going to trap them when you're thinking about the rotation over towards P3 if we get there.
Yeah, before Ice-T fell, it was a combined 15 spree from the entirety of Team Korea on the rotation from P4 to P1. So on our second set here, 182-16. It was already closed out and done and dusted by the time we got to P1 last time through when Team Alaska played the Pacific Island roster on Expo. But as Beam pops 2 as he falls back down off the top of P1, Mossy will still hold strong. They've got the spawns flipped out, though. Blue side and P2 held down by Team Alaska. Now it's a jump up through Statue. This is the best feed of kills they've had all game.
Beam, see that adjusted red dot sight. You do lose ADS timing, but you do get a little bit more of an accurate shot. Could be the reason why he couldn't end up doubling down, but the pinstripe kill feed is beckoning. Means that you just got to try to play for any semblance of trades, but the kill feed does bleed red in favor of Team Korea. And they thought that was going to be an opportunity just to fly in towards blue. Still got players in the back end here for Team Alaska anchoring things down, but just because you got the spawns doesn't mean you fully read where you needed to be at. Y2K, he spawns in. He breaks things almost single-handedly from the spawns not being anchored, and albeit 207-23, this contest needs to be a good one because Team Korea technically could have won there, but they'll be going to put themselves 1 second close.
Yeah, Nuxer, a lot of damage getting put in on P2 here. And the problem is just nobody else on the team is able to play with enough pace, and that's just really what you get with the Team Alaska roster. And the biggest problem that they have is, besides winning the gunfights, is the fact that they just can't play pace together. A lot of different play styles coming in on this team. It just doesn't allow them to afford any positioning on the map. And when you have the SMGs kind of just sprinting towards the hard point, but the ARs are kind of lacking in behind, you can't get any sort of significant mobilization to the back lines to influence the spawns or even break the front side of time. So as you're going to see the full wrap over through yellow, it's just 10 seconds here for Team Korea to take the map. They're going to be a little bit closer here on the back end, but they've already got 3 bodies on the new hard point. This should be over in just about 8 seconds.
Should be. You got to have at least a couple kills come through for Boosets and Beamed, and Boosets not having the map of his life, and you're just walking in towards Team Shot Oblivion. 250 has been reached. Team Korea going to take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Smooth, calm, and collected for Team Korea. Mossy has himself a standout performance. Ice-T goes on a big spree halfway through the game. Both players earning significant streakage, utility to use, but I don't even believe they called it in. I think they were just
Not a
running with the
single one.
guns out the entire time. So all things considered, it was a little bit closer for Team Alaska. I know that's not exactly what you want to hear in that point in time, but Andy, you said they 9x. They ended up 23xing it at the very end of the game. So
Word to Jordan, man. You gotta appreciate the 23. Always gotta appreciate the number 23. But hey, dude, like, it's just tough because again, like you start on Expo, that's a little bit more of a map mode combination, albeit against Pacific Islands. They're not going to allow your ARs to set up in positions to be able to find these kills. You do have to kind of go tit for tat with the SMGs. And then you go into Colossus, where it's just like you need the pace and you need to try to brute force your way forward in a lot of these different situations to find the eliminations. And albeit you were finding a couple kills here and there, if you're not finding the 2 dead, 3 dead, for the handful of players that were able to convert a lot of these eliminations from Team Alaska's perspective, you're going to be put and you're going to be trapped in the proverbial blender.
Nah, you really will. We'll look at the replay package real quick. Walk us back through some of the moments that we saw from this hard point. We saw Mossy pop off a few times. Big Ice T4 piece that came on the back end of P4 on that first rotation. A lot of really strong moments from this Team Korea roster. I'm sure this feels great after, unfortunately, taking an 0-3 loss to Team Japan, which I guess is a good spot to kind of bring up the standings at the moment. As it stands, of course, undefeated is the Pacific Island roster. Japan is in second place. They improved to 3-1 in the round robin play. This Korea team, I believe, is now sitting at 1-2, looking to be, or excuse me, 1-3. They will be 2-3 after this if they're able to close out the series. And Team Alaska, as we mentioned beforehand, 0-4 throughout the round robin so far. So if you're trying to keep up with the standings of what the round robin will look like and where the seeding will be for the bracket play starting tomorrow, that is what we are looking at thus far.
Yep, thus far it is looking like that Team Alaska will maintain that 4th seed. If anything changes with the Japan versus Pacific Islands matchup, which is happening on the side station, I will keep you updated for one, but that is looking like a pretty benefacto of a 1-2 type situation. Potentially even the grand finals as well, but I mean, look, Korea has a really good opportunity to potentially play upset for that. They already lost the one head-to-head, but to put themselves a little bit further up, they will end up facing the Pacific Islands for their final series of the day. And if you can play upset there, that could put themselves in a really good situation to have certain momentum going in towards that playoff bracket, which does start tomorrow. But I digress. We got to keep our focus here for Team Alaska and Team Korea, because Raid, Search, and Destroy will be up next. And albeit you can get away with some sniper antics when it comes down towards this one, don't think that we saw too much of that yesterday for Team Korea when they were playing the Den Search and Destroy versus Pacific Islands. It's part of the reason why we were talking about Brett with his sniper rifle earlier, Alex. It's going to be one of those things, again, Raid, Search, and Destroy, now comparatively to Cold War and BO2, you can get from one spawn over towards the next in just about 15 seconds. Probably a little bit less than that. SMGs are going to continue to absolutely fly on this map. No,
they are. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, was it 2X Big Mike that maybe took it out for a round or two on that den yesterday? And I don't think he got much utility out of it. But again, that comes down to the hands of Breadwinner being able to just kind of win any gunfight that he's willed into. So it's a bit difficult when you kind of take a look at that from that perspective. But again, I think in this scenario, if you're going to be playing on a raid where the map is a bit more open to the sniper, I think 2X Mike could probably get some good utility out of it over on the B side, maybe playing up through top mansion, or even just being able to control ringer through middle map. You have a lot of options when it comes to the sniper here on raid. But talking about Y2K again, I know we brought him up yesterday. It is his first time competing, and there has been a lot of good that we've seen out of Y2K. I think at that hard point there, we didn't necessarily call out to his name too many times, but he had a lot of significant hill time. It was kind of just playing in and around the hard point with the rest of the team, and I think that was just one of the highlights there that at least that I saw from Team Korea in map 1 was just, it doesn't really matter who is taking that mantle of slaying, because we've seen pop-off potential from every single one of these players on Team Korea to have that big game. But it's the fact that they're playing all together and being able to run by committee when it comes to the hill time. We talk about it a lot, where it's like, if you're not, spreading the love between everybody on the team when it comes to hard point, if you got one person that's holding 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 3 minutes in the hill time, we're in Doug Sensor Martin, like, you're not going to be seeing the greatest outcome of the map. But it's like in the NFL, where you might have one really strong running back. You might have an entire running back room of 3 running backs who maybe altogether don't have the all-star stats or you're chanting MVP caliber names word to Devon Achan. You might have 3 guys who are just all really well-rounded players, and you have different use cases for them. Like the Lions, for example. Like you have David Montgomery, or had David Montgomery, and you had Jameer Gibbs. both of those individuals were fantastic at what they did. You had one guy who was super quick and was very agile. You had another guy who played bully ball inside. And it's the same way in hardpoint. You have to be able to have that versatility between everybody to be able to get hill time, but also go out and slay around the hardpoint as well. And I think that's what Team Korea does really, really well alongside one of another. It just, again, it comes down to winning some of those big gunfights.
Yeah, roles are an interesting conversation in Call of Duty. You know, we go back to like BO4, even World War II Call of Duty, like Advanced Warfare, IW. Like you still have like your anchors, you still have like your lead SMGs as well, your flexes, but like those roles kind of like lost meaning over like the years. I think like the last true like anchor slow AR that we had, even up to the CDL level, like could be Octane, could be Major Maniac as well, being thrown your names in towards the hat. Even like Celium was like, as far as like a slow AR, like he's picking up pace as well. Skies is also in that mix as well.
Even Arcides even.
Arcides is a good shout as well. Arcides this year, I mean, I know he's not at the CDL level, but like he's playing with a certain like vigor that we haven't seen since like E United back in BO4 with 5v5. But you know, my entire point behind all of this is like you can get your SMGs and what you're comfortable with an AR, but like these roles are all but old relics at this point. Like BO7 is such a interesting game, and even BO6 can fall into this conversation as well, is that like everybody has to be ready to do everything at a moment's time. And it doesn't mean that it has to be with an SMG, and doesn't mean it has to be with an AR, because I don't know how y'all feel about it at home, but one is basically just the same exact gun with more bullets, word to the Dravic. But still, it's one of those things that like you have to be ready to get mixy whenever your team does go 3 dead. And I'm glad that we do have Team Korea on our screens for this, because we were seeing 2 at times Big Mike having to do this on a Scar hardpoint yesterday when he was playing up against the Pacific Islands, having to drop down, keep the play alive for his team. And it buys a lot of time for his team to come back in from reinforcements. But when your main AR dies in that situation, you got to be able to pick up his position, watch that cross rather than just going right back into the objective. But my entire point behind this as well, I guess more for hardpoint and overload, is that everybody should be trying to get as much objective time as possible until you are bumped out from the person that spawned behind you. I think when it comes down to search and destroy, that's when you get a little bit more of like the specifics of like, okay, this play calls for you to be the bomb carrier because you're going to be the second SMG, or because you spawned in that position and I got the good spawn to run up driveway first, I'm going to need somebody else to pick up the bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. And search and destroy, I'm glad you kind of like segued that into the S&D talk from the hardpoint, because like S&D is almost like the inverse of the bad and the good there, right? It's like if you want to be successful in the S&D, you do have to be aggressive on the pushes. But one player that we can, I guess, kind of attribute to a lot of the pain points that come from being too aggressive at times is Sweet from Team Japan. Because yesterday when we were watching those matches, there was multiple times where that guy's got the gunny. He can shoot, he can fly, he can do a lot of different things that are great on the map. The biggest problem was, though, he would put himself in bad positions where he would just push by himself and the rest of the team wouldn't be in a tradable spot, and you wouldn't be able to get any utility out of his push, and it would just end up being a wasted life in the search and destroy round. That being said, though, into the kitchen, Beamed and everybody else is already deciding to push their way forward. This is what they'd love to do on Colossus, and I'm actually glad that they got back to it here on Raid. They take over the full middle map control. They get 2 this time off the rip, and they just need to make sure that they don't get cut down here after getting the first couple of kills, and they'll do just that. Ice-T lasts alive now with a sniper. It wasn't 2x Big Mike. This time it'll be for Team Korea Ice-T, but a 1v3 here early on. I don't think we expected that.
No, it did not. Comes the opening shot, just moving ever so slightly to the left. That throws off the aim exponentially. Not that time around. Rips the second, had a good look for the next, excuse me, but without finding that next one, time will continue to tick on down. Royal American's taking a little bit more space away. I see Sam Crosby, doesn't land the shot.
All right, there we go. Team Alaska finally showing us a little bit of something. And although it does come down to Nuxer playing up with Beamed inside of Kitchen, I mean, there's just so much good utility that was used at the beginning of the round there. You had to stun, you had the nade that pushed them back. They had to respect the challenge that was flying directly out through middle map, and instead of getting passive after you take the space in mid, you continue to push that forward with a 2-man hit. And those are the things that are going to allow Team Alaska to start collectively finding rounds. Whether it's 1 kill, 2 kills, or eventually leading to that round win, that is the thing that I want to see them continue to stick to, whether it's defense or offense. Just make sure Team Korea has to worry about you. That's the best thing that you can do in any situation in Call of Duty.
I'll have to see what the response is here. A lot of ring control just giving up. But the bomb carrier there of 2x Big Mike, he's going to find that first blood off of an egregious ring chow. Beam, though, continuing up the pace, gets all the way through Zig, but nobody's there to watch his rear as he tries to fly on in towards red. So now a lot of this is just going to be straight gunfights. Last known will be Boosets, and he's all the way back over inside of your spawn. That was clocked just about at the beginning of the round. So just as fast as you like, Team Korea able to tie things up. And just as an update for everybody back at home that's wanting to know what's going on in the rematch between Japan versus Pacific Islands, Japan are up 2-0 after a 250-208 Colossus hardpoint and then a 6-4 Den Search and Destroy. So very different than what we had yesterday. Very different.
Interesting. Well, Andy, that gets me excited for the rest of the weekend then. Because that means that as we go into the bracket play, that grand final potential matchup between those two teams might just be spicy. But that is a long ways away. Here in the second round, or rather the third round of the Search and Destroy, Y2K will get some nice wallbang shots on the beamed in through middle map, though. It is the defense that has absolutely had a blizzard on Team Alaska. Royal American, though, will get a double back. Unfortunately, though, as he's able to fly in two, the third one is just too much of an overwhelming presence to be able to stamp their way on another round win. So Team Korea will go up 2-1, get their first lead of the S&D.
They're really taking the anything you can do, we can do better route and just starting to run things down. Also, shout out 2x Big Mike for the Boston Breach skin. I don't really see too many. I mean, I think that the away skin for Boston Breach is easily the best, but representing the one of two teams that will not be at the major this upcoming weekend, that's Tippy.
Unbiased opinion, I think the Heretic skin is still probably the best one in the game, but
now your biases all get out, Mr. I live in Florida. Just by the way, I'm gonna out that one.
I'm like the least biased person that you could probably meet in your life. Speaking of biases, that's going to be another hit directly up and towards the middle of the map. Confirmation bias tells us, though, that it is going to be a bad play. Team Alaska will find Ice-T off the rip. Y2K, my God.
So it was Ice-T, I think, picked up the sniper in the first round. Y2K, either he picked it up off of Ice-T's corpse or he just rolls into it with this one. Insane shot leaves Nuxer in a 1v3. Mossy still up to 4 in a row, and, well, that's being held since yesterday. 3 off the bounce since losing the initial. How about that?
I'd like to watch that back one more time, that little snipe shot across kitchen. I don't even think he got the full ADS on the scope.
You're going to see this one instead.
I mean, even then, that's still a nice shot. Just a little micro adjustment inside the scope with no aim assist. Yeah, we'll take that any day of the week, pal.
Not easy to hit those shots. Again, no aim assist like you heard from Brett earlier. Finds it as an advantage for a lot of situations if there's no counter sniping involved and you don't get the stuns or the nades, you did get run down. Things like that can happen, especially in a very well-equipped hands. You saw there from Y2K. Gonna combine 8-3 between 3 of the 4 players in Y2K. I think Nuxer may have landed a bullet into his chest, but that's not gonna send the aim anywhere where he was hoping.
Being able to do that through the flinch, difficult within itself. To be able to walk away, not even with a headshot during the flinch. I mean, you just had to be dragging your right stick all the way down to the ground. Mossy, though, a bit flashy. Was able to get the pepper shots on one. Second one came around the corner, but he was already free on the ADS. And as he slides back to the staircase, there's really not much you're going to be able to do there. Another very clean round here as they go flawless for Team Korea. Alaska, after that first round, has just kind of been put on the back foot here. They've had the gunfights in middle map. It's not coming down to being able to get that final bullet on some of the players that they're shooting against. When the trades aren't on the table, you see on the opposite end that you're going on a combined 12 spree for the entirety of Team Korea.
Saw some chatter coming through there from Team Alaska, just trying to call a couple plays. I think it has to start and stop with shutting down this guy right here. Oh, don't do it. Don't give him the satisfaction, I beg. Oh, you gave him the satisfaction.
Second one there. Why not? Y2K wanted another one, but he sat up top. As soon as the first one peeked out with a sniper glint, you just got to run away. You got to slide back to the right-hand side. You got to make sure you can't get anything out of it. Maybe child a teammate from the bottom side of rock to get him weak, and then you can call him off of the cutout window there by wheelbarrow. But a lot of those little movements, and things like that, that's just what separates some of the better teams from some of the teams that just don't have as much practice. And I mean, I'm not going to say it another 10 times for Team Alaska. It's just they're just so unpracticed. It's just unfortunate, a lot of these events and situations that are being put into.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to show up to effectively what is a professional basketball game for them without even shooting a hoop in like, what would you reckon, like a couple months, couple years. So
It's like us showing up to the park in Athens when we went for the Super Bowl. Imagine me, Logan Lewis, and Ryan on a basketball court together.
I don't need to see the lack of vertical between those three. So this is an interesting
City.
play coming through from Team Korea. They're electing to play for a full-on retake. They're just playing inside their spawn.
Oh, dude, I thought Y2K had another one lined up in front of him with a sniper.
Are they
This
just
time,
sending one
no.
player at a time?
Honestly, you'll take it if you're Team Alaska. That's exactly what they'll do once again. Nuxer finds another one. They're doubled up over by Laundry, and now they have the entirety of Laundry locked down. I'm pretty sure they planted the bomb for this side, and they absolutely did. So this is going to be almost an impossible retake here. If you are Team Korea, 2x Big Mike, the last one across the map. He's going to have to gunfight here over on the outside of Ring. He'll back up in the top side of Library. Shots are good onto the first, but with 19 seconds left, you got to find 3 bodies and a 7.5-second defuse at the same time. This is just asking you to do an improbable situation. And with the shots there that don't ring home, still 3 players alive. Yeah, you can just probably run it down on somebody. Hope for your life and mercy. But Team Alaska will take their second round of the S&D here.
Yep. I mean, I know it's March and Christmas was actually at the time of where they are, or where we are, excuse me, I saw 3 months ago. So Christmas in spring. Gotta appreciate it. Just gifting rounds left, right, and center. I wish my ranked enemies would do this more often. Actually, no, I don't. Because that doesn't give me satisfaction.
Well, we're all entitled to our opinions. I would love that. I'd like to see that SR number go up no matter the win. No matter the clause.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
I hope that person that lags out at the beginning of the game stays out the entire time.
Oh my gosh. Free SR, baby.
Free SR.
Here comes that 4-player. Look at the 4-player bang out through mid. Defensively. Oh, they actually hezzy. Open stairs, not even looked at. Nuxer late for the repeak, and he could be anywhere at this point.
Yeah. And they're up through money window. Luckily, Beam was able to spot him out and read it good. Mossy, though, is able to trade out Beam as he was already weak from that gunfight that happened inside of money. So a 1 versus 3 for Nuxer. He is all the way across the map. He's able to find one out by ring escape with his life. He's all the way down the driveway. Now can get out, though. With 35 seconds, the bomb has been planted. So this is going to be a precarious situation that he needs to be able to fight his way out of. You got one on ring. You got one in the library. And you're wrapping all the way through kitchen. It could work out on a good timing, but they're spread so far apart, it's going to be almost impossible to take 2 different 1Vs within the time limit.
Yep, it's got to be 2 individual gunfights and very quickly. Able to get the first, up to 4 in a row. Trying to bait out the camera. Last player is going to be over inside of red, and he sees him. He's got to chase the kill, but in doing so, he just runs out of time. Y2K, 10 and 3, will try to sprint him with the knife. And will lose the knife fight in the end. Y2K, he'll get his 11th elimination, playing the clock to an absolute T. It's a 6-2 final score line here for Team Korea as they take a 2-0 lead in the series.
And once he ran out of ammo there, he's like, all right, help me run the ones. And unfortunately, he lost that ones. But in the end, 11 and 3 from Y2K. Does it with every single weapon that he possibly could have in the game. He had one with the sniper, had one with a pistol, had one with a knife, and he also had one with the submachine gun. So that is a game of search and destroy that you will not soon forget. 11 kills. Raw probably had 13, maybe even 14 on EKIA inside of that game as well. So that is what we are going to at least be able to talk about. Now is a 2-0 lead for Team Korea. Andy, the predictions once again are looking quite good. We expected this coming into this matchup, but there was a little bit of fight in Team Alaska there. I think that's what I want to hang on to the most because that made me happy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Team Alaska able to show a lot of different things, whether they went back and listened to our voices just talking about Search and Destroy, just like 4-player bang out through something. They did it the opening round, man, and like that's appreciative to be able to see like them to be able to work off of their own like teamwork, whatever it may be, just to be able to sprint over by ring collectively. I mean, it caused for a little bit of distress out of the Pacific, Team Korea, excuse me, but I mean, even so, once these guys started leaning in a little bit, you got to see just what they were able to do, especially for Y2K. Do not give him the satisfaction.
There it is again.
That was insane.
I got that in the replay package because, my lord.
I can't believe he got a headshot there, too. Like, of all things, like, he ate, like, 2-3 bullets. Like, on mouse and keyboard is one thing. Like, I understand why I'm able to do it, but, like, doing that on a controller is absurd.
Yeah, I mean, talking from experience, like I was a sniper for years when it was in Search and Destroy, obviously bar the years where I got G8 out of the game completely, but when you're getting shot at like that and the flinch is going through the roof, you have to pull down on that right stick pretty hard. So if you're not yanking that thing down, and being able to rip the head off, you are going to be in a world of hurt throughout the entirety of your S&D ventures. But I don't know what it feels like on mouse and keyboard, Andy. I wish I did. I'm sure it's still pretty difficult, all things considered, when it comes to... Oh, like this.
Oh, yeah, see, exactly.
Okay, cool.
So you know how it feels. Yeah, what are we talking about? Like,
well, you know, I have been known to be an op crutch, so I mean, look, you know, little things here and there.
It's nice to be a humble king every once in a while, I suppose. It's nice to be a humble king. Waiting on the map number 3 between Japan and Pacific Islands, so whether or not that's going to end up going to a map 4 for a potential reverse sweep for Pacific Islands, because for all intents and purposes, like, that is technically for the first seed if you really think about it, because like,
yes.
Pacific Islands going to be taking on Korea. We're actually going to be seeing the home team here of Team Japan taking on Team Alaska in our final series of the day. So you really do feel like that Japan versus Pacific Islands matchup is like, that's like the real bee's knees as far as the second block is concerned. Team Alaska, though, going in towards the Scar Overload, I think you're going to have a really tough go of things. From what little we saw of Team Korea on stream yesterday, it was a Scar Overload versus Team Japan, and you even heard Brett talk about it as well. Like, Scar Overload is just like, or Scar anything for Team Japan, like, that's their wheelhouse. We didn't really get like a good litmus test to potentially see what they even look like. It is a very slay heavy map. Your ARs are always going to be hunkered in positions to be able to set up those spawn traps depending on which side of the ball you start on. So I think you're mostly just looking for Team Alaska to keep their gunnies warm, man, because we got a little bit of that coming through from Colossus Hardpoint. They're going to need it here as well.
Yes, they absolutely will. Well, in the meantime, we got the players getting ready in the lobby. We're going to get ourselves ready, but on the other side of a break, we will have our Overload coming up. You're watching the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship. We'll be back in just a bit. Well, we've watched 2 maps of incredibly jacked men do battle here in Call of Duty. Now we go to one final overload map in map 3. Team Korea with a 2-0 lead over Team Alaska. Corn with me proper. PACAF Championship here for 2026 has been a great week so far. We've had the round robin yesterday, and the round robin is continuing here today. And NDS, we've already highlighted here for this overload map going forward. It's going to be difficult for Team Alaska to overcome some of the boundaries that have already been set up for them, but Team Korea looking poised to at least win their second best of 5 series throughout the week so far. I think that's the big story for me, is making sure that they can just get as many solid reps as Team Japan and Team Pacific Islands later on, because those are going to be the 2 hardest teams that they're going to have to play. And if they want to get out of the bracket play, they're going to have to walk directly through them, which has already proven to be quite the challenge.
Couldn't agree more, and especially for Team Korea, who do have to go up against the Pacific Island boys in their final round robin series before playoffs do start. They're on the 27th, just tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. Same could be said for Alaska going up against Japan. Japan, as it currently stands, as the number 2 team to the Pacific Islands. They are 2-1 up in their best of 5 that is happening over on the side stream after a den overload. So nice to hear that Brett was a man of his word. Never expect anything less out of any of these guys, as they got rid of that Scar overload right as rain. So the Scar overload, very much so prevalent as far as our best of 5 is concerned, Alex. And like we were talking about, it's such a small sample size from seeing Team Korea play yesterday versus Team Japan, who absolutely love Scar anything. So we'll have to see what it is available for them as far as opportunities are concerned. But the same could be said for Team Alaska. I mean, these guys just got to get hot, man. Like, we saw what happened with, like, Beamed. If he can start really putting things together, same thing for Nuxer, getting a lot of good timings behind enemy lines. Just get shot control. You'd be surprised how much space that can convert on the map.
Y2K will be the first one there from inside. Looks for the direct gunfight on a Nuxer. We'll turn back around. Big 2 Mike. We'll go ahead and toss the nade over the top. A set nade is able to explode the van, and this just gives them free clearance over on A. That north side of the map opened up immediately once they won those gunfights inside of mid. You have Bus that's making a route all the way back through top red, but Mossy reads that perfectly, has the entirety of information. And now as it's going to spawn over by plane side, you can see 2 players still pushed up over by back blue. Player 2, that's going to be the Royal American, trying to push his way forward. Unfortunately, will find his demise, and that will lead to an immediate cap afterwards. So 2-0 up now is Team Korea on Team Alaska here in the opening 45 seconds of this overload.
Yeah, just immediate plane control, pick up that device, convert it back over towards P3, and now the next one spawning here over by red, by 2K. Gonna start trying to get a little bit more space going forward. Biggest problem is gonna be 2X Big Mike. He saw on his first life here, Alex, and he's already behind enemy lines at 4 now.
Ice-T, straight through it. They pushed them out. They had those deep spawns out by plane, and when that objective device spawns on red, you pretty much got free run-ins directly through and into the back lines of blue and the defensive spawn. So now as you look through the middle of the map, Ice-T actually was trying to get Mixie with a knife in his hand, wanted to fly for it. Bounce is going to be able to get 2. Beams and Nuxer go ahead and actually pair for 3. Is going to be able to push that up into mid-cut, but they could have had that south side control. I'm not exactly sure why the device was being pushed into mid-cut there.
Couldn't tell you. All I can tell you is that we're a minute and a half past it since the green line has been lit. Team Korea are already 1 score away from getting that halftime score reach at 4-0. Picked up here by Royal American. It's going to start flying all the way through shops. Traded out, unfortunate from a Team K there from Busets onto Nuxer. So that's going to keep things a little bit more honest here. Device was dropped to X Big Mike on 3 in a row. Even with the pistol, had a good look to walk away with at least 1 kill, but the device has been dropped. Looking to get picked up once again. Comes down to the 1v1, and it's Y2K to win it. He should be able to dunk this one easily.
And he does. About 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock there in the first half. The way that I see that right now, I think that was about 30 seconds slower than what Pacific Islands were able to do when they played that overload on exposure against Team Alaska. So when it comes to the quickest round 1 that we have seen, that still belongs to the side of Team Pacific Islands against Team Alaska, but Team Korea definitely made their stance there known. That's about the only takeaway that I have from that first half.
That's a great takeaway, honestly. I mean, like, when it comes down to overload again, like, you're thinking about, like, the speed, the vigor, like, how you can find a lot of these eliminations very, very swiftly. Like, if you're able to read the map and convert it into pressure, all these eliminations, like, you should be able to run it down convincingly. Nuxer and plus Beam, they're going to be able to go for 1 since the opening breakoff, but so I see he just sprints over towards P1 just to pick up the device. It's a really good opportunity here, but you never want to be the lead blocker with the device.
Yeah, no, you don't. Especially when there's a double challenge coming in from top blue. You know that they're going to send 2 bodies on that point every single time. But I'm liking the feed of kills that comes through here from Team Korea. They're now able to influence the spawns out. You got the pistol as you're pushing forward. The device is going to run all the way over to B. This is going to be a cap on the board here for Team Alaska. So on the back end of some good kills and chaining a few things together for Team Alaska, now all of a sudden you're in a position where on the poor side of the map, you're actually finding more success.
You are, yeah. Able to put yourself up on the board. 10-8 now for Nuxer. He's up to 4 in a row. And he's right behind every little last bit of this play. Really, really hoping for Beam to maybe find himself an elimination to stop that score from happening, but it's still 5-1. Able to exceed that margin up to 4. Nuxer looking to maybe try to get a little bit more than just that 4 spree, but as he wraps back over towards red, he sees 2 players, and those 2 players find an abundance of kills, and it makes it easier when Mossie's just in the enemy spawn. 13-7, setting up for that 6th capture.
Yeah, I mean, Nuxer had a really good spot there to try and be able to find that double kill and then maybe turn that into some successful pointage. Yeah, I just don't think he was ready for the gunfight there, even though the device was spawning and they had a couple players pushed into their spawn site. So maybe a bit of foresight there could have gone a little bit better, but Ice-T is going to wrap this all the way around on the outside. He's actually 0-5, but he's got all 6 captures. Sorry, 6 out of the 7 captures there for this team. Is this just the challenge that they're trying here?
I think it's very possible, just to see how many captures one can possibly get. His shoulder being thrown, trying to maybe slide in for the knife. These guys are just out of here having fun with it at this point. 1 capture away from the 3-0. Team Korea looking to put this one all the way to bed. Beam will double down. Here comes the device starting to be ran at over by the A portal from the red side of the map, and it's just met with all the resistance in the world. It's a firing squad over here by both.
It still is. Mossy, the last alive, was able to find a teammate in the process. Now chasing the final one and will absolutely cause havoc for Team Alaska. Over by Plane Wing, though. Beamed will cut him down. So now it's up through middle map. This is the question. Where is this going to be taken? If you are Team Korea, you got 2x Big Mike pushed up as the lead blocker all the way through the south side. You've got a mid-cut rotation now coming in as well from Busic, but he gets a bad timing, and now as you push your way forward here, finally you'll be able to find the objective player. It's all about maybe being able to put this one away here towards the end. Good feed of kills allows them to hold on to this defensive line, so they'll stop him at the goal line and push back.
You got to try to clear this very, very quickly, but Y2K still swings over towards the train car cut. He's going to be able to at least stop the device from being ran back over towards red. Last alive would be Mossy on this last little attempt, but Busets, he will pick up the device and he'll take refuge inside of the shops, but just because you're taking refuge doesn't mean the exit is easy, as Y2K finds 2 upon exit.
And Big Mike's on P1 trying to hold this as well. He's got the inside of market watched off. He looks back over towards Gen Car, and he's able to find one there. Now towards 18. This is where the device is going to start to make its way through. Once again, Ice-T finds himself with the first kill on the board, has his knife out as he runs directly forward. The device dropped just outside. Essentially waiting for the respawn. 2x Big Mike is going to pick this one up and now make his way back over towards the zone over by red. They want to put this one to sleep, and they will. Ice-T walks away with 1 kill, 6 captures. Team Korea gets to the 8 first. Alaska, 1 point on the board to suffice for it, but it is a 3-0 sweep from Team Korea. They find their 2nd win of the round robins.
Yes, they sure will. The 6-2 search and destroy. 250-23 Colossus hardpoint. Just doing everything that they possibly need to just to keep themselves competitive. I think the way that we're looking at it, the way that it currently stands, like Team Korea will definitely be the 3rd seed going in towards this one, thus having to face the 2nd. That's just typically how 4 teams end up breaking out, but 1-11, 6 overload captures. That's a guy that knows a good time.
Absolutely. You know, it's not often that we see a January date equate to a kill-death ratio inside of Call of Duty, but a 1-11 for the winning team with 6 captures, that is something that I'm going to remember for quite some time, because I will tell you what, that does not happen quite literally ever across the title of Call of Duty Black Ops 7. So that is an anomaly. That's a fun game to have in front of us, but overall, Team Korea, they were the better team inside of this series. Again, like we said beforehand, credit where credit is due to Team Alaska, because they did have quite a staunch set of circumstances lined up in front of them that made it very difficult to not only get to the tournament, but actually have a roster to play inside of it. So although they haven't had the best showing out between the 4 of them, just the fact that they were able to make it to the LAN and be able to play in this situation for the PACAF Esports Championship in 2026 was a feat of its own.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think these replays are going to show that there is undoubtable heart when it comes down to Team Alaska. It's just a lack of practice. Like you can't say anything else. It's just like these guys are literally finding out the last possible moment that they're going to be taking these flights out to the beautiful cities of Japan and Again, it's one of those things that two of four of these players did end up playing their regional tournament together, but then the other two were just like, hey, what are you doing this weekend, man? Oh, you want to come over and play some Call of Duty the week of the final week of March? Yeah, why not? Twist my arm. And that's kind of like how this Team Alaska team, at least to my knowledge, came to be. A lot of bright spots from Nuxer. He was finding a lot of good timings on a lot of search and destroy maps. Beamed is an absolute shooter. That Busets and Royal American, they were dealt a very difficult hand being out of practice of the Call of Duty space. But even for Team Korea, who aren't as well equipped to say in their series when they lost for Pacific Islands and Japan, they were able to show today that they are a bunch of slayers as well.
Absolutely. It's kind of like challengers teams going across the pond or something like that over to Birmingham, and they're not necessarily getting any experience out of it in terms of like being able to walk away with a deep push into the Challengers Open or anything like that. But they say, hey, we got to go to Birmingham. We had a great time hanging out with everybody there, so that was cool too. So I mean, like, if there's anything to take away from Team Alaska, you got to see a bunch of people that you probably played in with or against over the last few years. You got to go to one of the most beautiful places on earth in Japan. So I mean, there's positives to take away on every kind of angle of this. But I believe that we do have an interview coming up here with Y2K from the side of Team Korea. And we'll bring them on right now. Y2K, you guys have been frying throughout the entirety of the series. You guys have had some close matchups against some of the teams that you've lost to so far. How's the confidence for you guys feeling going into the rest of this week?
Yeah, so we're keeping high energy for the rest of the week. May have lost, but that doesn't mean it's over. So anything can happen on any given day. We're trying to work on our downfalls or shorts and be better for tomorrow when we play them, and to the rest for today as well.
It's a very veteran response, Y2. I appreciate that out of you, because my question immediately is that this is your first time competing. I've had the pleasure of being able to watch your teammates play over through last season of like the DAF World Finals at Ice-T, 2 times Big Mike as well. Just tell me like what it feels like, not only just to be filling in the big shoes for Hate out of this roster, but just to also just be around some vets.
Right. So yeah, Hate's a great player. Fortunately, we can't have him here right now. But Ice-T and Mossy as well, and also Big Mike, they've all competed here before, and they're showing me the ropes, and they're doing a great job. They're telling me what to do, when to do it. A lot of practice that went into this, and yeah, I feel great.
That's good, man, because you're going to need a lot of that confidence. You're making a lot of good veteran moves across the entirety of the map. Like, I swear, when you see a timing, you just push it all the way through, specifically in the search and destroy. So tell us just a little bit more just about, like, your Call of Duty tenure as it says, because, I mean, and with the little snippets of information that we do have, it says that you're a very, like, new age gamer, but, like, the way that you're playing across the map, it looks to be just a little bit more than confidence, man.
Right, so I learned from Ice-T a lot. He tells me that he basically runs around the map with his head cut off. And I started to follow that path, and I started picking up a lot of routes really quickly on most maps, especially on S&D. A lot of people like to try to play their lives, but realistically, if you put too much pressure on them, they're going to break. As far as like hardpoint and overload goes, I'm new to overload. I played hardpoint before, but it's more of just like pacing for real, and we're trying our best to get that pace down, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, I have a question. This is outside of Call of Duty, more so just about everybody that we've had a chance to talk to over the course of the week so far. Do they teach you guys PR training? Because I swear to God, every time that we have an interview with somebody, everybody comes on and has like the best responses and answers every single time.
No, I think I don't know. No, I think we're just smart chaps over here, so.
No, I get that, absolutely. In terms of aspirations for the rest of the week, I know that you guys are kind of locking down on VOD review and trying to make sure that you can get a one-up on everybody. Can you give us a little bit of insight as to what that looks like outside of the game when you guys are kind of talking and deliberating on what you guys want to do for that next matchup?
Right. So this is my actual first time reviewing VOD from LAN, and it's a lot different from what it used to be. They're way longer sessions. We pretty much try to break down what we do wrong on the map, which then causes us to do bad on the map, right? A lot of us is like we pointed out, a big problem for us right now is we're super high paced and high energy at the start of the game, and then towards the middle, later in the game, we start to tear apart. We're really trying to work on that. Not everything can be done in one day, but in the future, we're trying to speed that up a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually cool that you kind of broke that down like that, because I feel like a lot of teams have that issue where they pinpoint on something and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're focusing way too much on this, and then now we've just completely thrown off how we actually want to play our game. So I appreciate the insight on that. That was a really
Yeah.
cool look into how you guys kind of go about the activation for that next series. But Y2K, it's a pleasure having you on here. Are you enjoying your time in Japan right now?
I am. I'm very grateful for my commander. Look, shout out Colonel Brennan for letting me and Ice-T come in. And yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Well, congratulations on the win here against Team Alaska. We're looking forward to watching you guys play throughout the rest of the week, and good luck on all the ventures going forward, not only in Call of Duty, but everything else with your life as well.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. All right, well, that was Y2K. Dude, I'm telling you, Andy, like, I know I said it already, but like every single person we've talked to is just like, they just have like a whole bundle of personality that it's just so hard to unpack it in like the 2 minutes that we get to actually have like a conversation with them. I just wish I could like sit down with everybody and just like get to understand them, know their stories, know who they are and everything like that. Because everybody, like, again, everybody just seems like a really cool dude. Like,
Yeah.
Everybody just seems dope.
That's welcome to the Air Force, man. Like, just everybody's just happy to be there. Like the friendship, the brotherhood that they're all able to like get for each other. Like, it's like I was saying, like even going in towards this one, I remember like even scrolling through like when we were doing the DAF World Championships just last summer, is that like you could see like all of like the photos, like the friendship. They're going out to lunch even with like the other players on the opposite side. Like, you don't get that all too often, no matter the esport that you're looking at, man. But all these guys are just doing it for like the love of the game. They're doing it for the representation. Obviously they all want to win and they want to represent PACAF undoubtedly, but like, yeah, man, you can just clearly tell like hard on their sleeves, just loving to be there in the moment, man.
Andy, I've got some special news for not only you, but everybody else that's watching right now. We are going directly into the Game 5 between Team Japan and Team Pacific Islands. This is for, theoretically, the #1 seed. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to shake out, because when we go off of head-to-heads and win percentages, usually we go down to win-losses in the series. So if Team Japan is able to win this in a 3-2 fashion and not get reverse swept by the Pacific Islands, I believe they will still be the 2nd seed if they were able to win their next matchup later today, barring Pacific Islands losing their next best of 5 against Team Korea, specifically due to the fact that the Pacific Islands roster was able to beat Japan yesterday in a 3-1 fashion. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but at least in my mind, that seems like what it should shake up to, regardless of if Japan wins or not.
I don't know. That seems like a Phil and Martin problem, man. I'm just out here just to shout words into a microphone. I feel like Phil, man, y'all got your work cut out for you on that one, man. But they got to get it done first, right? And like you were saying, the reverse sweep is surely on. We talked to Brett earlier. They got rid of the Scar overload. It was a Den overload. They won 7-3. And then it was a Blackheart hardpoint. Get this, they only won by 20 points. And I know 20 points is not exactly a massive margin. It's not a small margin either, especially the way that Blackheart does play out. But just gonna pull up some of these stats just to kind of radio cast them for you as well. You got 39-30 out of WEP, 39-31 out of Bread, 35-31 out of Green Grid, and on the opposite side, 40-35 out of Sweet for the L, which is absolutely insane. But like the engagement percentage between all these guys are absolutely absurd. But from top to bottom, C-Skirt, Green Grid, Breadwinner, and Wept, the assist column, everybody was double digits, 15, 13, 14, and 14 respectively. Like, that's the one thing that we did like really kind of pinpoint for these guys yesterday going in towards the series, is that their team shots, their understanding of being able to work with one another is at an all-time high. And this map number 5, it may be Search and Destroy, but it's going to Scar. And if there's one thing that we remember from Brad, what he was saying, Scar anything, that is the wheelhouse for Japan.
Now, I'm excited to see what we are going to be able to get out of Team Japan here. And look, in a really weird way, I'm kind of rooting for Japan here because I want them to have a little bit of confidence after the 3-1 yesterday. And if this is going to be what we see as our preview for what the best of 7 grand finals could look like to win out in the PACAF championship to go over to the DAF World Championship later in July. Oh boy, we've got ourselves a special treat here. Sweet gonna jump up top blue with the SMG, gonna be spotted out immediately. So this is gonna be information to the Pacific Islands that Team Japan has pushed over towards red side and want to make this on A. First nade gonna lock off the board, Sweet. And so with a 4 versus 3 man advantage here, 20 seconds have ticked off the clock with Breadwinner just chilling up top red.
Map 2 search went to round number 10. We saw their search and destroy yesterday only take 9 rounds. That was on raid. We are in uncharted waters right now, my friend, but losing your opening first blood to Sweet, that was the one thing that we kept on talking about. He's got to really be more tempered with his aggression. Chain falls next. It's 2v4.
Great route that came in from iWept. Played slow over by plane, made sure the wrap out couldn't come through, and when he was absolutely sure that the B hit was in. He slowly started to push up the map, got him behind one from blue, kept everybody on his team alive, and got out with his life at the same process. So his Goldfish is now looking to push all the way through. Nasamichi still trying to tag team this together in through small shack over by the B point. On towards red. Bottom slide through is going to be there. First gunfight. You're going to have to take it here in just a moment. Nasamichi with the sniper finds one, but it's the Creddy corner in the laydown. Nasamichi a second with the sniper, but with 10 seconds left in the round here, you've got to find the last two. Are they going to throw their lives away? Are they going to push this? Bomb going to go down.
Oh, here comes the push. Yeah, you know he's going to just be playing for the bomb plant. There's only one realistic play there, and even if he doesn't if he doesn't get the kill, if he doesn't plant the bomb, he's in a 1v1. You just run around like a chicken with his head cut off. We're to Y2K. Or Ice-T as it may be, and then you just will let the clock dwindle all the way down. 4.5 seconds. For those that are at home, if you're a nerd like me and you're wondering how long it takes to fully plant the bomb, it is indeed 4.5 seconds, 7.5 to go for the defuse, but big round coming through there for the Pacific Islands. They strike first in this best of 5, map 5 reverse sweep potential. All eyes on that number 1 on the minimap in blue. What type of aggression is he able to find? But it's a well-cooked nade out of Green Gret to find that first blood.
That's the second one of the map here so far, with just the first 2 rounds where the nades connect for the first blood. So the set nades are working out well for Team Pacific Islands. Nasamichi will give up top green, will spot one out towards bottom side of Jenny's. It's really all down to if you do get the peek out around the corner and the shoulder from Breadwinner to try and give away a first blood there, at least to the defensive side who needs it. 2 versus 3 as they push in the back spawn. Chain lasts alive now as he's playing up top red. They're not going to give him a free 1v, or at least they shouldn't in this situation. And that's, of course, I say that. It's a trade position now and good shots over the top. Unfortunately, not able to walk away with it. Pacific Islands on the reverse sweep attempt up 2-0 in the S&D.
It's again, I mean, I hate to sound so simplistic in what is really well played, from knowing your set nades and where they're going to land, and just, I mean, there is like about like that excess amount of luck. It's almost like golf. Like you can execute on it, but like you have to really know that the players are going to be right there to be able to get that nade for that first blood. But
yeah,
semantics aside, like when you're in a numbers disadvantage, somebody's got to make the most godlike play possible to get a multi-kill just to bring yourself back from a 3v4. And I know that it's not that crazy of a number differential, but in a game of Call of Duty, when all you got to play for trades, it is. Team Japan over towards the offense, leaning over towards red. Weft is going to be able to confirm because that is all of the P3 side cleared.
So what they keep doing as well, Weft has been playing that north side of the map. That full lane control just allows him to bounce back and forth between 2 different angles. He's got a teammate to help over middle as well. Nasamichi, that is the best thing that they could have had happen for Team Japan. A first blood allows them to open up that A site just a bit more. This is going to force the rotation out of Team Pacific Islands, whether that comes in the form of a flank from iWept or he's able to rewrap to the rest of his team. It's actually a lay down on the zone. Goldfish just saw his life flash before his eyes, quite literally.
Yeah, saw the life glint right before his eyes. Goldfish taken down via the frag grenade from Bread. Still has the sniper. Might be able to pick up a weapon from one of his dead comrades. But here comes that flank around the back. It's going to be Bread. Just way too late. I mean, even in the post-plant situation, you're going to leave iWept in a 1v3 situation. Nasamichi with the sniper will take things down. In that, everybody watching at home, wanting to play rank play, you get a Scar Search and Destroy. That is why you always have someone top red. Never give top red for free. That is... That is a big no-no. You can go for the hardest of reads, but if you're giving away all of top red, you got someone playing back red stairs, Alex, you best have your sniper top green or in a position to stop them from getting up towards that bomb site and fully surrounding it the way that we just saw it out of Japan. Way too free.
Right now you're seeing how much utility you can really get out of the sniper with Nasamichi. Was able to find 2 in the round where they tried the comeback attempt in a 1 versus 3. Was able to get 2 there to lead his team on not only on a first blood, but to the round win, getting that entire A site opened up. And you can see what Wept wants here. He wants to see anybody that gets spotted out across the top side of red and help out his teammate there for the challenge. He'll pop up, but Chain's able to find Sea-Skirk, so the overcommitment on the Chow top red is going to allow them to repush this site over through. Nasamichi puts the sniper away, pulls out the AR this time, and is able to help out the team. 3 versus 2, they get themselves in a manageable position.
And that's always like the questionable thing, right? Is Nasamichi going to be rolling in with an AR, or is he going to be pulling out with a sniper rifle? Could be an SMG. You never really know with this guy, so able to be versatile. Love to see it. Chain's playing all the way in the deep corner, and you got to clear this off of the cross from Nasamichi, who's just playing corner peeks here around the train car. Breadwinner Got the Dravik in hand. Never going to expect Chain to be in that area, and Greengrad now in a 1v3.
Wrapping the market, but he's got a double chow coming directly in front of him. You're hoping you maybe find the first, but then you get stuck on the wall as you're trying to make the exit back out, but there was a pinch waiting for him regardless, backside of red. So as quickly as the Pacific Islands roster is able to find those 2 rounds at the beginning, the first bloods start to fall a bit short. Those nades aren't hitting the same as they were. In Team Japan, they've got the guns hot.
Yes, they sure do. Nasamichi here with that AR. The extended, I don't even remember what that red dot is called, but that thing makes your gun barely even move. You know what I'm talking about, Alex. But it takes away from ADS speed, so like you better hope that like you can get those opening shots. It's just kind of like that ebb and flow of just like you're able to do this. That means that you can't do that as well. But like Nasamichi, opening rounds with a sniper, going in towards round 4, puts it away. He's up to 4 in a row. That is a combined 8 unanswered kills as we're tie things up at 2 apiece.
Good shoulders from Breadwinner up on the top side. Needs to be wary of a sniper. Doesn't know that 2 players are going to be playing up on top red. If he peeks out even just a little bit too far, he's taking his head taken off, and there it is. The shoulder on the Breadwinner. Nasamichi, once again, the sniper out on the offensive side. Didn't have it out on defense, but it doesn't matter because he's found a lot of utility in it on these offensive rounds for Team Japan. Goldfish down on the bomb. Isn't the carrier, but he's just trying to play his life, push as far forward as he can, but with Sweet finding another one on the IWEP. These flank routes that they've had trying to make their way through just have not worked out these last few rounds, and in a 4 versus 2 with a man advantage, they've got the entirety of the A side.
And they know these last 2 players are isolated. Greengrad still takes the gunfight versus Goldfish, and he gets away with his life. They got the info that C-Skirt's all the way around the back. They need to isolate one of these players. They are able to do so on a C-Skirt, but that was about to get really hairy if the pinch did come through. Greengrad's going to reposition up top. Needs to rip the first, but everything's wall bangable like it's paper mache up yonder. So Team Japan, 3 on the bounce.
With how much positioning they had, I was actually surprised that Greengrad was able to fly into the site, get one, and then get out back to market. I was like, surely somebody's just going to try and ace this and jump shallow with the AR to get him as he's backing off, but it didn't matter. Don't mind how Team Japan played that whatsoever. They knew that they could isolate both the gunfights if they weren't playing together. They knew C-Skirk was on that flank route through the back. Once they were able to pick him up, it was pretty much done and dusted from there on out. 3 versus 2 is the round count now. Team Japan with their first lead here in the Search and Destroy. As Andy mentioned, 3 straight for them as well.
Opening breakoff this time around for Team Pacific. Leaning over towards that B site. That is not orthodox at all. You know, typically when we talk about Scar Search and Destroy, we talk about it being like a 1 bomb site map. See if they can make that work, because C-Skirt's the only one that's playing that head glitch. Nasamichi, I imagine, has a sniper rifle watching that. That glint was scouted out. I can only hope. But still, you got all of this area being looked at by C-Skirt. It's just going to come down to timing.
And I think the key here for Team Japan is that you haven't pushed onto the A zone yet, so you haven't had a ton of pressure being shown. You're kind of just boxed in a corner within your spawn right now, playing within your own half of the field. Bomb's going to go down over on B, and Nasamichi's going to be hating himself here because he let that sneak all the way through the plane side. C-Skirk will slide back to the right-hand corner. It's going to be a really difficult win here if you're Team Japan, because you not only need to take him off of the plane heady, but you have to push up through middle map. First gunfight most likely will go to Goldfish here as he spots one out through middle map, and there it goes. 4 versus 3. The defuse is coming through. Is this Ninja going to work out?
Nobody's going to check it. Why would you check it? They're never going to find out.
Oh!
Yeah. Nobody had any eyes. Nobody had any sort of inkling that that was even going to be a potential. Got the bomb planted. Didn't clear anybody from top green. I mean, like, as rare as it is to see the B bomb plant be coming through, the only way, and I mean the only way that post plant works is if you either clear all of back green or you clear top green. Because that's the only way, Alex, that you're going to be able to see that bomb being planted unless you get the slide stretch to be able to see it from mid-cut. But because they lost their initial player in the gunfight through mid, instead of pushing all the way through, you lose that opportunity to be able to get that late, that very unique peak. So a little bit of a fumble coming through now from the team that's working on that reverse sweep. Pacific Islanders now looking to potentially bounce their way back in towards this round. Currently being played out, but Japan, what's that, 4 in a row now. Oh, we lost our observer.
Well, I'm watching it through the left side screen right now.
Watching it through green?
And yeah, this is a great play right here. Oh, but top red, I believe that was Nasamichi with the sniper. I feel like it has to be if you're playing top red like that. And another round loss comes in. That's 5-2 right there now. And you can see the hype coming in from Chain. Chain standing up. He's chirping across the venue at the moment too. And I'll be honest, you know how much this means for Team Japan right now. They lose yesterday. They go down 1-3. You know the confidence that they have. They want to be back in the spot where they can be champions of the PACAF region again. And the confidence to be able to take this S&D after the reverse sweep try comes through. I mean, this is just great momentum gains going throughout the rest of this tournament.
5 off the bounce of losing the initial 2. Nazamichi's scoreline is about to be generational. Sniper rifle, the majority, pulls out the AR. You see Greengrad just trying to cook up that nade, get the timing, but still seems that all 8 players very much so still alive. Dude, Chain is motor mouthing whatever he could possibly come right now.
A lot of information being given. Round count still 5-2. Match and series point here for Team Japan. But it looks like Chain will fall early on. Greengrad had to back up, but was able to get one for his money. Playing the Jenny side now. 2 in the kill feed go their way. It looks like it's a 1-1 trade that goes to both sides. Time dwindling down here in the round up through top red. We get the POV. I believe that's C-Skirk on screen at the moment. You can see how he's just locked in and dialed on the round here. Jumps down to the bottom side of Jenny. Dances back around to that left-hand side. They're trying to go ahead and clear out the entirety of this A site up through middle map. They're just getting any information that they possibly can here at the moment.
There we go. Round win. So it's going to at least extend it going into our round 9. But 5-3 curse can go either which way. I mean, you really got to hope like Danger Taco, Pyro, or Rocket League casters, they're the ones with the best POV on this. They can see all of their monitors right now.
I was going to say.
Come on, boys. Give us the inside scoop. What we doing?
Got the big picture up on the screen right now. Looking good. Pyro's looking good up there.
No, he really is, man. That's a guy that knows some good facial hair, I'll tell you that much. But here we go. You cannot allow yourselves to get away from this. We've seen it before with Team Japan, especially from Sweet. Gets a little overconfident, gives away those couple first bloods. Again, we only have so much information off of these monitors that we're able to see, but it's a big round going forward. Every single round is big. Confidence is everything for the Pacific Islanders.
I saw that nade actually connect from Greengrad as well. The little attack icon popped up on the screen, so he wasn't able to convert on a kill, but he was able to find a little bit of utility with it. First blood does go the way of the Pacific Islands. You can see on the right-hand side, individual with the mask on. Not exactly sure who that player is. Just sitting there watching the death screen, watching his teammates play in this situation. So 4 up still here on the Pacific Islands. Trying to make the comeback happen here, down 2-5. Good shots in from Greengrad are going to be able to steal away another kill here from Team Japan. Things slowly starting to fall apart here. Now in a situation where it's a clutch, and again, another round ticks off. 4-5. Round 11 potentially on the cusps.
And you never stand up and start shouting until the round in the map is fully over, man. Gotta really compose yourself now if you are Team Japan, given the circumstances. Keeping it inch by inch. You win 5 in a row. But a couple of instances and a bad opening engagement could lead towards disaster. Chain shaking his head. Trying to rally the troops back together. See what they're able to produce this time around, as I believe that should be now their defense. Yeah, it looks like. So we'll have to see if they get that top right control. Nazamichi at least being humbled with that sniper rifle. He's not finding as much value the past 2.
No, he's not. But Greengrad, his opening day, did not connect with anybody. They didn't get a trophy system connect either, so I don't know if they know that anybody's pushed directly up on that A site. Back through top blue, you can see Greengrad knows that somebody's either going to be on that flank there or is just watching it very, very carefully as to not let the rest of the team die over on this A plant. He'll wrap back over towards it. Bottom red now in control. Wants to push through to Jenny. He's looking towards the top side of red. Nobody on the direct site yet for a challenge that has come through. Gunfight 1. Still on the right-hand side. Chain alive. Looking to keep playing around the backside of Jenny. You can see he's playing that deep red side, wanting to make sure nobody can push all the way through. He'll hop back up on it. Trophy system down for him as well. Lots of time to play around. Over-aggressive challenge in there from Greengrad. He'll fall. Couple more players go through, and it looks like that might just be it for the defuse to come through. They don't get to a round 11. Team Japan will finally take down the team that beat them 3-1 yesterday. They will be tied up, back up on their pedestal, 4-1 in the round robin for both of these two teams. And in a championship preview that could very well be spelled out on Friday night, I am extremely excited to watch these teams battle it out again.
Yeah, both the Search and Destroys, the Den Search and Destroy, and then the Scar Search and Destroy here, both ending in 10 in favor of Japan. Pacific Islands, I mean, you go down 2-0 in the series. Obviously, like, I mean, for better lack of phrase, like, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult to try to convert that into a series. Reverse sweeps are never easy by any stretch of the imagination, but you got to continue that momentum going in towards the map 5. Obviously, they had it through the opening 2 rounds until, unfortunately, we lost our observer, but look, it's one of those things that Team Japan, that resolve came through. You knew that they came in towards this day knowing it's a double round robin. We're going to get our get back.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, that was actually kind of fun being able to, like, not only like yeah, we don't get the gameplay on the screen, so yeah, that kind of stinks, but like being able to see the reactions in real time for both of those teams as we're going back and forth between the two of them, and you can just see Team Japan was hype. Chain is the absolute money man right now, though, because I don't know what he went inside of the S&D there, but you could see the audible reactions. You could just see the hype that was resonating through him, the energy that he was playing with. He was getting up, getting chirpy. He was making sure that the rest of the teammates were feeling that energy as well. And once you get that one player, I mean, we all know how much AEG helped out that Optic roster when it came to making sure that he was getting not only Shotzi in a great spot, but the rest of the boys hyped up, Brandon as well as Kenny. Like, that is what you need on a team in big moments when you're playing on LAN, because once you get that going, the shakes aren't there, the vibes are always high, and that's a man that you want to go to battle for. So shout out to Chain, regardless of what he went in that S&D there at the end. What a fun series I'm sure that was between those two teams.
The Chain went 9-4 with 1,500 damage. He went 3-0 for first bloods to first deaths. 11-5 out of Nasamichi. 11-5. Imagine that about 7, if not 8 of those were with the sniper rifle. He also went 3-for-1 in first bloods with 1,200 damage as well. So I mean, like, 8 of those kills non-traded, 7 non-traded for Chain. Sweet, he went 6-4, but it was a leg up feet moment for Goldfish. I mean, as long as he got that bomb plan where the duck sets from Martin, he's always putting his team in a winning position.
He absolutely is. But we do not have ourselves an interview for the winner of Team Japan and Team Pacific Islands, but as they ship themselves to a Game 5 victory, we have a video of Sweet and Breadwinner on a boat together.
This is like the most romantic thing me and you have ever done. This is so much fun. My wife is going to be so jealous. How do you think this one's going to shape out? We both have like a couple different roster changes.
I think our roster's better.
You think your roster's better?
Our roster's a lot better than last year. How do we feel about Worlds this year? Honestly, I feel like either of us, if we practice, we could go to Worlds and place extremely high or even win if we practice together as a team and stuff.
Yeah, I'm super excited to like play this year. I feel like this year it's our team's much better. We've had more practice. I feel like my teammates are more confident in themselves.
That's all we get. locked in here with us at the PACAF Esports Championship in 2026. I'm Cord, with me proper, and we've been seeing the beautiful sights of downtown Shibuya. On that Shibuya crossing there, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous city that we were getting insight into. Andy and I were actually just sitting there for about 5-10 minutes, just actually looking at it, commentating on just everything that we were seeing in the background there. If you can't tell, us two Americans want to go there very, very badly, at least some point in our lifetime, hopefully in the near future. But in terms of this tournament this weekend, once again, big shout outs to the 374th Forces Support Squadron, of course, as well as the Yokota Esports organization for helping us here on site in supporting this Japanese land that we have going on for ourselves for the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship. As we continue keeping the ball rolling forward here, Andy, though, we've got ourselves one final best of 5 series here tonight. And this is not necessarily going to have too much of an impact on the overall standings of where our seeding is going to be, but Team Japan, with the win that they just got over Pacific Islands, could have a shakeup here if they're able to take down Team Alaska. Not 100% sure how those head-to-heads are going to go, but we'll take a look at Team Japan here as we were just talking about them. Chain, Sweet, Nasemichi, and Goldfish were just able to win a round 10 search and destroy in game 5 against the opponents that took them down yesterday, and that was probably the best thing that could have happened for the overall tournament this weekend because the stakes are once again very high.
And that Nasamichi fella all the way at the far right there is the absolute truth as far as that Scar Search and Destroy is concerned. I was giving all the praises to Bread, but he was unable to compete with the sniper rifle prowess that Nasamichi was bringing to the table. Sweet's an absolute shooter. Chain is an absolute yapper, as well as he can shoot on the map, as we saw just at the end of the previous almost reverse sweep attempt from the Pacific Islander roster. And Goldfish just rounds out this roster to be able to be that player to not only just anchor where he needs to, soak up the hill time, lay down the bomb. He's kind of the do-it-all, man. But like in between Sweet, Chain, and Nasamichi, pick your poison, and you can throw Goldfish in there as well from Hardpoint we saw yesterday. Any one of 4 of these players about to go off.
Yeah, we talked to Sweet yesterday, and he was actually mentioning how he wants to get back over into Konas, be able to play for a championship there. But more importantly, that he's going to be transferring back into the Konas region soon. And he's looking forward to playing inside of the Challengers aspect as well when he gets back over into the North American side of Call of Duty. So it'll be cool to see for him. We'll take a look at the opposite side here as well for Team Alaska. We saw them twice already today. Boosets, Beamed, the Royal American, and Nux are on this team. They've had some interesting series so far today. None of them probably the way that they were hoping for, but as we've mentioned time and time again, just getting to the land here has been a feat for them all on their own, hoping to do something special against Team Japan here and at least win one of the series that they have in the round robins.
I need Bussex. I need his arm workout, like whatever his arm regimen is.
I'm
like,
saying.
dude, his medial heads are going crazy. Like that jersey is not containing his biceps and his shoulders. My bad.
Opposite.
Let's talk about what they're going to be able to do, man. Like I think it's going to be interesting. Like Team Alaska, they find themselves in one of the most inauspicious situations. Look, all 4 teams are going to make it to the playoff bracket. Team Alaska, if you're just now joining us, you didn't see our broadcast yesterday, and you haven't heard us talk about it today. This is a team that literally formed at the top of the week. They found out they're flying out to this bad boy at the top of the week, though if you're flying into Yokota, Japan, I guess there are worse places and worse situations to find yourself in. Regardless, man, I think that you're going to be looking for this team to try to maybe make a dent. The only problem is you're going up against one of the top 2 teams that are here right now as your final series here in the round robin.
Yeah, I guess the big thing here is, like Boo said, he hasn't necessarily had the biggest impact on the map. And I would like to see him maybe add a little bit more into the level of play that the rest of the team has been able to show at this point in time. But I mean, more specifically than anything else, though, I think that when we look at Team Japan comparatively to Team Alaska, yes, we're expecting Team Japan to probably come out here and do very similar things that Pacific Islands were able to do in the first series of the day. They beat them once yesterday already, and they're looking to do that again. We'll look at our map set here. Exposure, Hardpoint starts us off. Scar, Search and Destroy, and Scar Overload. I think one thing that I can at least take away from this map set here, Andy, is that Team Alaska didn't do their homework. They let Scar come in 3 times.
If they, I mean, who knows, man? For as far as Scar is concerned, like you could try to anchor things up. ARs could be put in towards certain situations. Exposure also coming through, I think is a very interesting thing, given it's probably a map that maybe Japan wanted to kind of refine. If you remember yesterday, Alex, in the best of 5 versus the Pacific Islands, that was map 1. They ended up losing it 180 to 250, but regardless of the situation, I think that this is all looking like a 3-0 very quickly for Japan. We're not totally confident in saying that quite yet, but yeah, the Scar, Search and Destroy being there, that was the map 5 that we saw in 10 rounds that Japan won over Pacific Islands, putting that reverse sweep to rest. And then Scar Overload. Every single time that they play Scar Overload, they do quite well.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But Exposure and Hardpoint, we'll keep it locked down here in map 1. The last time Team Alaska played this was against Pacific Islands in the first match of the day, and they scored one singular point against the 250 that Team Pacific Islands was able to score against them. So the rotation was not there. The breakability was not there. The gunfights, unfortunately, also were not there. There was a lot of things that fell apart in the grand scheme. So let's just talk predictions here, Andy. I have this going in a 3-0 for the side of the Team Japan roster, and I'm sure that you probably feel relatively the same way.
Yep, no curveballs here. Yeah, 3-0s all day. It's no shade to Team Alaska. They've been dealt the hardest of hands coming in towards this entire week so far. They're still going to make it towards that playoff bracket. It just depends on how much leveling up they've been able to do so far. Their best chance would have been versus Team Korea. We saw them at least being able to thwart a lot of different rotations in Hardpoint, but they still only won it was 250 to 23 at the end of the day. So it's converting a lot of these eliminations into more time. You can't just rely on 2 players to do all of the work. This has got Japan 3-0 written all over it.
No, it absolutely does. And as we get in and ready to the lobby that is loading in the background, we have a few more things that we can actually go ahead and talk about here. For the side of Team Japan, I believe for the most part, their opportunity to get that 1 seed kind of came to a close after they lost that hard point. But again, I'm not going to put a concrete stamp on that. So it looks like tomorrow, at least just for pure speculation purposes, they should be playing Team Korea in that first round of the bracket match. Whereas the Team Pacific Islands roster should be going up against Team Alaska. But Team Japan, you look to sweet here. Again, we talked about him in the interview yesterday, but I mean, he is quite the champion when it comes to some of his gaming career. He's got 3-time land placements of first place. He's got a couple online first place tournament wins. He's the first ever PACAF championship winner as well. The pedigree of Sweet has been something that is a standout, at least to me. When they added Chain into this as the first competing year player on Team Japan, we were kind of asking the question, how is this going to work out for Team Japan? And we've heard them time and time again kind of even point to it and be like, yeah, Chain was a great pickup for us, and it has been one of the best things that we've had happen. I mean, directly out of the Yokota Air Base as well, tagging up with the Misawa individuals. It's been really something that's been almost storybook for Team Japan in a really weird way for the PACAF region where the storylines are considered there. So I've thoroughly enjoyed being able to tell that for Team Japan as we've gone throughout the week.
And if you're looking from Chain's perspective as well, just to kind of add a little bit more to it, like he is based in Yokota Air Base where all of this is happening at. So like you're seeing him standing up and he's like he's chirping away at the enemy team across the table or on the opposite side of the venue. It's like, yeah, like he's defending his home. He's the only person that is here that is based in Yokota, and he's the only one that's playing here that is also a part of Yokota. Big shout out to that air base for putting on such a spectacular venue for this event. But yeah, man, I think you're just looking for him to be slotting in towards this very working system, albeit tripped up there, lost 3-1 yesterday versus the Pacific Islanders. I think that you're looking for this team to step back into the PACAF championship ways and then be able to not only win this tournament, but also to go back and rectify their placing that they had at the DAF Esports World Championship. Not that it was bad, but these guys, we heard them in a handful of interviews and also in a lovely boat content. If they practice together and they put themselves in a situation to really play well, like they can compete with the Konas teams for sure.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, these guys are fierce competitors. They may be stationed at air bases and they may be doing other things outside of Call of Duty, but I can tell you one thing, when it comes to loading into that map and being able to take on another 4 players directly in front of them, everything else goes out the window, and then competing is the only thing that matters. The win is the only thing that matters. But there's one thing that you have to do within Call of Duty and really within anything in life. It's learn how to lose, and Team Japan has at least seemed to do a really good job at that. They took the loss yesterday. It didn't beat them up. They didn't come back out today sluggish or slow against Team Island or Pacific. They were able to just rerun it, say, you know what, we'll take that chow back, we'll respect that, we'll take that directly to you, and they were able to win that. So I think this is a team that is going to have that bounce back potential. I'm actually curious, I know this isn't necessarily what line up with this matchup that we have in front of us, but how Team Island or Pacific Island actually responds to that loss against Team Japan, because we've seen the bounce back from one, and now we get to see what that response looks like potentially tomorrow.
Yeah, and we're gonna get actually like we were talking about, like the 3 versus the 1, as it may end up being right now. Pacific Islands on the side station are currently playing up against Team Korea. That was actually our final series that we had yesterday. It was a 3-0, albeit a round 10 search and destroy on Den. And then just about a 90-point difference, excuse me, in the hard point. So yeah, I think that it's going to be very interesting. Team Korea looked to continuously power themselves up as the day was going on. We got to see just how much fun they were able to have just in their matchup versus Team Alaska. But all things told, this series is just about to get underway, and we're going to be able to see what Team Japan are going to be able to produce at the end of their day of the final round-robin match. And what Team Alaska, do they have anything left in the tank? Because back-to-back stream matches here, no easy feat whatsoever, especially when you've been dealt the hand that they have been. I mean, starting off the day, they only put up a single point against the Team Pacific Islands, and that point was a single second on Expo Hardpoint. Surely hoping that they're going to be able to do a little bit better here.
Absolutely. Well, we've talked a lot about Team Japan. I mean, let's talk about some of the players on Team Alaska while we have some time. The Royal American, honestly, he gave us some kind of like career facts and like some just like little fun tidbits about himself, but he's been casually playing games since he's been about 12 years old. He's played RPGs, different esports as well, but mostly he's just been playing FPS games throughout the entire time. And he maybe hasn't necessarily tried to go like super all out in anything to really get to the top level of any esports, but just to see like the background that's been there of the 12-year tenure of gaming, I would assume that 12 years of gaming after he started playing since he was about 12 equates to him being about 24 years old. So by all definitions and meanings, still a young guy, still trying to make a splash in anything that he's trying to do. So the fact that he's been able to kind of just like take this opportunity as it's come in to play with somebody who was originally a volunteer in boost sets, and then take Nuxer, who was a last minute addition, and then really the only one that they have that's really been a Call of Duty all around player the entire time is Beamed, and we've already highlighted him a couple of times. But just seeing this roster as a full and just kind of getting to understand their stories a little bit better, it's actually been a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, no, it really has been, and I'm glad that you started talking about just the Royal American first. You were hinting there for Beamed as well. That's one of two players, excuse me, from the Isilon Air Force Base. Second place in this year's qualifier as well. They got the call very, very late, as I've already been talking about all broadcast long, that hey, you're being flown out to Yokota, Japan, which honestly, if I got that call, I know you're the same way, Alex, I'd be like, sign me up, twist my arm. But like, still, at the end of the day, like, you got to really rely on those two players to be able to have like that teamwork, that camaraderie, to be able to make things happen. Nuxer, of course, as one of those final stand-ins as well, like you were already talking about. He's been putting himself to the ringer, and he's been getting a lot of good timings to be able to flank behind enemy lines. It's just about piecing it all together. And although boost sets, my heart is out for you for being a mouse and keyboard player. I feel for you, my man, because it's very difficult getting close range gunfights versus some of these absolute shooters. You just got to try to find your place within what is going to be a very, very high tempoed match, especially with this Team Japan on the screen.
Well, here we go. The app session is over. Little desk podcast we had going on has come to a close. We've got ourselves a hard point here on Expo. Nuxer going to be out towards P2, looking for a couple of bodies in front of him. Good shots are going to be in onto Sweet. So the first gunfight for Team Alaska is going to allow them to get some space inside of Long, with the gunfights that are main to go ahead and hold down that hill time are going to belong to Team Japan. So they should be able to start getting themselves a decent bit of time here. Of course, just to remind you, blue is going to be Team Japan, red's going to be Team Alaska. Keep that in mind as you're watching those little arrows running around on the mini-map.
Just always look at the numbers. Don't really worry about the color of the arrows. That's how I always end up doing it. But then again, I'm colorblind. You ain't got to be like me. So we'll have to see how things do start to produce. And will Team Alaska already putting themselves in a situation to keep P1 at the very most competitive? But they're always going to follow themselves privy towards some old antics, if you will. And some of those old antics, Alex, is trying to hit for a lot of the old time. Once we're about like sub 10 seconds, it's just something to keep in mind for the future. Start rotating towards new. It's never a bad idea.
Not at all. Royal American, Semtex, oh, you would have liked to place that just a little bit lower. Instead, doesn't get any utility out of it. Is going to have to take this directly to the front. Nase Michi with AR in hand, now going to cook a nade, try to hold these forces out middle, cut just a bit further back. You can see where the hit wants to come from. You got two that are pushing through inner solar right now, two that are coming through middle map. It's three, and now all four down. Clean feed in the chat for Team Japan, and you're looking back to the respawn over by P4.
And Nasamichi, 4 in a row as he just swings outside of the tank to be able to get that fourth. Absolute beams. Player was weak. A cold breeze probably would have taken them out of commission, but still, Might as well be a bullet from the M15. 5 in a row now. Hellstorm already earned for Nazamichi. 7-1 start, and he's looking for a little bit more. Solid P2 coming through from Team Japan as Nazamichi will end up picking up a Dravic for his worth. Looking for the trade inside of P3, and he will get it. What a start coming through. Sweet. Get down, Mr. President.
We'll give him number 8 on the kill streak going forward for it. Up to 9-1. He's got his entire kit decked out, including that Hellstorm. Gonna be a bit annoying to call in, actually. More than anything else, that's the one thing I've noticed about getting high streaks in the game. It's like, all right, now I gotta just fiddle through these to make sure I'm calling in the right streak so I don't get forfeited in the game. But a 9-1 here. Nazamichi will just go ahead and hold the time. He's already got himself a minute and we'll call it 10 seconds as he looks back around towards middle map. They've got the full spawn trap in right now, but the score, at least at the moment, crossing the 100-point mark, is 100-2. Team Japan in full control, as everybody pretty much expected.
Yep, absolutely the case. 10-2, 11-4, combined 21-6 between Nazamichi and Goldfish. You know, Goldfish really didn't have that great of a map 5, a Scar, Search and Destroy versus the reverse sweep thwart versus the Pacific Island roster, but he's doing a lot better here, especially in the respawns now. Got the tank godlike head glitch, no coverage at least through mid-cut, so Beam will find that trade. They're just trying to poke and prod, getting themselves over towards the P4 area. But the problem is here for Sweet, he's pushed up so far over here by the turtle hop that one player actually spawns all the way in towards the back of P4. Team Japan recognize that, they deal with it in kind, and they're setting themselves up for the initial 20.
Now, Sweet said, Nase, if you want to go streaking, I will too. On 6 in a row, turns around, makes it 7 inside of mid-cut. You're looking for that next challenge to come through. Way to play your life in that situation. You slide out a bit haphazardly, but you push that line that's on the offensive push into the hard point back just a bit further, and you waste a touch more time. 25 seconds on the back end of P4. 160, looking to climb this about to 180 before they rotate out on P5. You can already see Nuxer from Team Alaska on the setup there, trying to be at new, but the rest of the teammates need to win some gunfights in middle. The spawns have flipped out deep in the back, and this is not the spot you want to be in if you're Team Alaska.
Nazamichi is about to get the freeze rotation over towards new as well, and player number 7 in blue, he's already clearing all the way backside of dirt, and he starts turning around. He's just like, what do you mean they're hitting for 3 seconds at a time? Because that again, like when you go back towards like the P1, that's what I was talking about. It's like they're gonna find themselves in these situations where they're succumbing to their old ways, and you just can't have that happen, man, because you get to be in situations like this where you're trying to just dead sprint towards the hard point, and Sweet, as difficult as it may be just to hop in towards the skewer, he will end up at least getting into that situation. He just had so many free timings. He's watching 2 players sprint through P1 just to try to contest dirt.
It was actually cool watching Team Japan kind of play out of that initial rotation. There was a weird split spawn that came out because 2 were spawning old, and then 2 had spawned directly behind a couple of players on Team Japan. Because Alaska then had that deep back P3 spawn. So they had a kind of pinch set up, but it was Team Japan who was able to really just, again, survive inside of middle map. They made sure they cleared everything out. Those initial players that came through, they read them out. They called the spawns to the rest of the team, so it was all clear sailing from there. 30 seconds left for the win here. Team Japan's going to have to be back over on P1, but this looks very akin to what we saw against the Pacific Island roster for Team Alaska, just not able to get much going.
Find 12 eliminations unanswered right now. Chain 11-9, the only one not on a spree. Nazamichi still has that Hellstorm missile. Honestly, at this point, calling the Annihilator. What are we even talking about, man? Sweet, not too far away from getting himself his own Hellstorm missile as well. Just missing a little bit of OBJ time, but cannot blame the lead blocker whatsoever. He's going to get some good timing here coming through from mid-cut. Doesn't see the other player over by long through Khan, but Chain's right there to pick things up. 241-9. This is looking like the end.
Combined 18 spree for all of Team Japan, make it 19, trying to get to 20 at the very end to close things out, but the player inside of the hard point will have that streak come to a close, but they'll go 22-1 in through middle map, trying to get these last 3 seconds. Booset's not going to be able to make that challenge directly. Stick can't find the headshots to end it out, and what a run it was for Team Japan in the kill feed throughout those final last 2 rotations. Team Alaska will falter in map 1. Team Japan 1-0 start.
21-8 here out of Goldfish. He was just about everywhere. There was a one point in time that we actually had about 3 M15s on the map for Team Japan, and I mean, that's just good meta control right there. It is exposure at the end of the day, and I know I always make the joke like the Dravic is just the M15 just with more bullets and without the red dot sight, but like to be able to have that versatility and just the understanding, like you're going to take some long range gunfights, and you're going to need that stability to be able to get the headshot multiplier that you do gain with the M15 compared with the Dravic. Not to mention how you're going to be able to rip players off head glitches more reliably just from the way that the stability works at range and the effective damage as well. That's good meta control coming through from Team Japan ultimately, because you're going to end up seeing that not only, I'm sure, in the playoff bracket, but you'll end up seeing it inevitably should you make it towards the DAF Esports World Championship.
Something I'm happy about too is like both for Pacific Islands and Team Japan, it hasn't been anything where we kind of just start getting trolly once we realize we have a pretty big margin. It's still just cut and dry Call of Duty. One of the things that I encourage all the time is, especially in Call of Duty, even if you're playing a team that might kind of not be up to snuff of where your skill level is, whether you're in scrims or you're in a regular league match, whatever it may be, it's just practice how you play against the best teams, because just making sure that you're hitting the right timings, not trying to over aggress things on the other team. If you get caught off in some of those timings, if you put yourself in bad positions and you start just kind of like expecting or anticipating that your opponent's going to kind of play a specific way, it's going to lead to negative benefit when you are starting to look at the teams that you're playing against later down the line. So to the benefit and kind of profit of Team Japan, I'm glad that they kind of stuck throughout everything and we're just playing the fundamental Call of Duty that they very much enjoy playing by holding the spawns, making sure we're out on rotations, 3-2-1 chows, the breaks, all the waterworks that go along with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Like, at the end of the day, is it going to be a stomp? We all predict to be so. It's a 250-9. Sorry, there's no other way to really put it. But, like, you still want to hold on to your core fundamentals because you never really want to let those things go, because word to McCormill, practice how you play. And even if, like, you have the situation where, like, you are stomping the enemy team, don't let it get too far. I mean, if you really wanted to nitpick, it was like that one situation where Sweets pushed up over by the turtle hop going in towards P3, and that's just a little bit too far for a P4 spawn if someone's not anchoring the back solar panel head glitch. So when you lose that situation, you're going to be giving up a couple more players to spawn in towards the back if kills are coming through more subsequently than where they were for Team Japan. But that's realistically the only nitpick. But yeah, I'm glad you brought up that point, Alex, because it's a real good point to have for yourself. Regardless of how hard you are stopping the opposition, always make sure that you are maintaining those core fundamentals to maintain presence on the map and just to make it as fluid as possible.
Absolutely. The last thing you want is to get caught out off guard and then somebody just to take, oh, dude, I was winning gunfights here last time. Why can't I do that again against this team as well?
Exactly.
They're calling you out and gunning you every single time that you tried. So maybe let's think of 2 steps ahead and then try to get there in the same process. So map 1 done, dusted, out of the way here between these two teams. We will move on to our next search and destroy map, which of course will be a scar coming up here next. This is going to be one of at least 2 guaranteed scars that we see in the search and destroy and the overload should we need to go to a map 5 and a hard, or excuse me, map 4 and a hard point, which I don't believe we will get there. It of course will be a scar as well, but keeping it relevant to the search and destroy in map 2, let's talk about what Team Japan has done throughout the tournament so far, coming off of that game 5 win against the Pacific Islands here on this exact map. Nase Michi with a sniper. I think, Andy, that is something that you immediately pointed out to is something that added so much utility and presence to that the A bomb site and playing top red. I look for him to do the exact same thing here. I would be surprised if he pulled out anything other than that sniper to really just peel the heads off of his opponents.
Absolutely. I would be concerned if he didn't at this point, because if there's one thing you're going to be wanting going in towards the inevitable series that will end up being the second round in playoffs, which would be the qualification match, which we are presuming will end up being that qualification match for the CONUS World Championship in a best of 7. You got 3 search and destroys, man, and we heard it from Brett earlier, like in the winner interview, that when it comes down to it, if he's confident in the sniper rifle and you're not challenging him with another sniper rifle, he will probably find value with the sniper rifle. In that, going back towards that map 5, albeit like you didn't get to see it fully, you knew that presence from Nase Michi where he went like 11-7, he went like 3 for 1 first bloods. 3 of those first bloods were found with the sniper rifle, man, and like if he's able to keep that hot hand rolling, I think that you're going to be looking at a player that has a lot of versatility available within his back pocket, because it wasn't just a sniper rifle. He also pulled out the M15 to be able to continue on his spree as well. And that is terrifying to think about, because you're always thinking about, like, what weapon does he have out? Where's the glint? Did anybody see the glint? No glint? Okay, great. We're going to sprint over towards this area of the map. And then you just get head eyes, man. Like, that is the most terrifying situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, regardless of where he's playing, it's going to beam the opponents immediately out of the gates. But after a 250 to 9-point hardpoint win, Team Japan looking to keep the ball going the exact same way that they did previous to it. Bomb not going to be grabbed out of the spawn just yet. They're going to do a 3-1 split With Sweet directly going up into mid-market. Nux are going to be the first gunfight up there. Second one goes to the Goldfish man himself. And then through middle map, yes, you get a trade for it inside, but not as soon as we mentioned anything other than it. Nasamichi ends up one with a sniper, so it's Boosted's fall. It's a 1 versus 3 from Bean. He's been spot out. The wall bangs are there, and now it's just going to be a full-on chase here from the side of Team Japan. And I believe I heard the sniper shot ring out for that final kill.
You did. Yes, you did. That's the versus recon. I recognize that sound any day of the week. Practice how you play, baby. Nasamichi, he's sprinting with the sniper rifle like it's a face scope lobby. Big quick scope coming through there. Shot him, something just jumped up and bit him. And yeah, albeit forgetting the spawn, I think it's important to remember, like I know it's been a bit since we watched the whole trailer of how to play Search and Destroy, but there are 2 win conditions. Either the bomb does detonate or the enemy team does die. This time the enemy team died.
What a nade from Sweet. It's over the top. And inside of market, Goldfish will tag it up as well. We saw the initial cooking of that grenade, and oh my god. The next 2 die instantaneously. I can't even get the words out of my mouth to give the praise to Team Japan for those grenades that came through. Goldfish at 4-0 here in market, just locking things down. We got the double on here at the end too. Yeah, that's tough.
Okay. The team that sprints together will end up doing quite well together. Look at the vibes over on the left side, just very black and white as far as the demeanor difference is concerned between these 2 teams. 4-0 started out of gold. Nasamichi still sitting on the 2, just sitting there just wondering, what do I got to do to be able to find myself a little bit more snipes? Chain has yet to find a single engagement so far. I'm sure his EKI probably looks a little bit different, but not as far as the KD is concerned. Here's a little bit of a different of a take, trying to go over towards B. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
All the while, inside of market, Goldfish will continue his 5 spree. Spots out 2 on the back. Slide challenge good enough. It was a bait and switch, so they were able to tag together. So Boosted and Beam now in a 2 versus 2. Up against Sweet and Chain. Might actually have to get Chain activated here in a gunfight in round 3. Sweet on the flank through the backside of spawn. He might just get the god timing up here in top green, and he absolutely will. Get the knife on the first one. Swaps out to the Dravik. You betcha he'll find the second gunfight inside of that sequence as well. I think he wanted to go for the BM for just a second to maybe try to go and grab him from behind, but instead he chose to do the orthodox and, sportsmanship play.
Gotta appreciate some esportsmanship, man. I don't know if you ever heard me say that before. That's probably one of my...
I have never heard you say that before.
That's one of my favorite things, man. A little bit of esportsmanship goes a long way. Or doesn't, you know, like sometimes you just don't have any sportsmanship. You're just sprinting at the enemy team. That works too.
Yeah.
4 spree now for Sweet. That's off his second life.
Okay.
Nasamichi. All right.
Actually probably thought he had a free one right there as well. And he's like, oh, I got the guy top green. Don't worry about it. And then Nasa is like, all right, bet. You want to tell me? I got the sniper, bro. Sweet on the back. Turns around. Oh my god. Phew. I don't care who it is. That's nasty.
Yep. Let's see it one more time. Sweet's POV here. Still working off that second life. Oh.
It was Bean too. Oh my god. The straightest of shooters on that team as well.
Yeah. Yep. This guy's gonna compete in challengers next year, by the way. Just be ready for that.
Feed me.
That guy's he's got the bait and he's got a Hellstorm. It's Scar, by the way.
Not many places to hide.
Nope.
Nowhere to tuck tail and run to.
Negative.
Top red though. He got chained up. He's looking to push that line forward. Somebody got a bit aggressive there, and it was Boosted, who gives the first life away from Team Alaska. 4 versus 3, 20 seconds left. Brother ticked off the round, and there's the Hellstorm coming over the top. Royal American dead, and now it's Nuxer last alive, and they have spotted him out and market. And Jane, we didn't want you alive anyways.
Shooting everything, man. Nasamichi. Over to Sweet. Oh.
Done on him.
Oh! Ask and you shall receive. 5 rounds in, 5 rounds to the good. See one more time, Nasamichi. He tried going for it, man. That would have been insane. I love how the fact that like the best play still showed like what that looks like from the 3P perspective, because like It's like what was it, Ocus, like on the exposure search and destroying the CDL, where it's like
Yeah.
he's putting like in the turn cycle or the spin cycle, excuse me, like some goofy nonsense coming out of this title, man. I swear.
But I love every second of it. And I love how Nase didn't call that out to Sweet at all. Sweet was just pushing through top red after Nase had stalled him completely. He's like, nah, I'm trying to stun on this real quick. Hold on. Good shots from Goldfish, though. Wow, what a rip.
Hey, Nuxer's got the sniper out this time. He takes down Sweet. He's expecting for the challenge to come through, but he's being ran at by a sniper rifle. I repeat, he's being ran at by a sniper rifle. Do it.
Let the boys
He's
fight.
not Simishi. He's running at him with a knife. It's like you saw him go for the 360. He was more than obliged to do it, man. You didn't have to do it like that.
Oh, it was Goldfish too. Goldfish, you gotta let your teammate have the snipe battle there. If Nuxer's gonna be going through the 360s in the back, you gotta let your teammate go through the 360s on the other side. Somebody's gotta hit the clip there. That's poor sportsmanship right there. Sorry, poor esportsmanship right
Yeah, there you go. It's poor esportsmanship. Get it right. Don't say it at all, bucko. Like, I think it's just one of those things too. It's just like you gotta respect like the knife 1v1, right? Like if I'm in that situation, like I'm ripping off my headset and I'm just jumping on like, yo, knives only. And I'm just gonna sit there and just be like, take the 1v1. Like, don't sprint at him 1v2. Don't cheese it like that. Like, let him get the 1v3. Knives only, man. That was oh man. I'm waiting for the scoreboard at this point. I want to see the time that we spent inside that scar.
Yeah, I don't know how much time we spent. I know that there were 2 unfortunate results from Team Alaska. There was 2 individuals that had combined for an 0-12 count in terms of KD. I mean, indicative of a no-6, yes. Especially with how that last round went. That was still one of the most disgusting things I've seen throughout not only just this week, but the entire Black Ops 7 season. That gave me flashbacks of Clayster and Tyler Fellow on London docks in World War II. If you know, you know.
It's a hell of a pull out of you. Wow. It was well, I'm patiently waiting for the scoreboard to come inside the Discord so I can finally I need to see just the amount of time we spent inside that map, because I'm pretty sure that it was less than 6 minutes, which is like gotta be some kind of record, but I'm not too sure. I'm not the one that writes the books. I can barely even read the books. I just like talking about them, man. Like that's Japan. Quick 2-0 lead as far as this series is concerned. Again, they are the guaranteed number 2. They have at least the split head-to-head, but they needed to beat Team Pacific Islands in a 3-0 to be able to get that number 1 seed. They deny the reverse sweep, but still, man, you're staying on Scar here if you are Team Japan, and that only scares you that much more if you are Team Alaska, because I don't know if y'all know this or not. We've only been doing this broadcast for just about a day and a half now, but Japan likes Scar. They do.
Yes, they do. They very much do, man. That has been their bread and butter throughout the entirety of the weekend. It was actually funny. When we talked to Brett earlier, he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna veto that. We're hopefully gonna get that out in the process." And then somehow, some way, it continuously just sneaks through. And it's like, at that point, you're just kind of having to almost like play a weird guessing game of contention there, because not only do you have to sit there and say, okay, what are we bad at, but what are they bad at? But if we're bad at this map and they're decent at this map, do we still just shoot this out and then hope that we can beat them on their best map? And that's why I love the veto process so much within Call of Duty, and really any esports title at the juncture, because you can use your veto to get things that you don't want to play out of there. Your opponents can also game it to the same way. So it's just a really tricky system that you have to navigate through, especially when you're playing up against a very strong adversary, one that especially plays very close against you, and you guys are very well matched up against one another. It really becomes almost like a game of chess when you're in the veto room, when you're doing those sit rep chows. It's like, okay, we got to figure this out real quick. Shout out JPrev.
Shout out Just Staying Alive for sharing the screenshot. Alex, we were in that map for 2 minutes and 58 seconds. 2 minutes and 58 seconds. That's right. That is right.
Have
3
you
first
ever?
bloods out of Sweet. No, never. I mean, rank play when like the enemy team like has one lever, but like that's definitely something. That is definitely something. All first bloods going in the way of Team Japan. Nobody was surprised by that. 9-2 out of Sweet. 7-2 out of Goldfish. Nazamichi was suppressed because he had a sniper rifle, and that thing takes at least 5 years to ADS. So Gotta tip it where tipping is due. Sweet was putting on an absolute clinic.
I'm glad you said where tipping is due, because I believe in Japan's culture, tipping is not viewed as something that is admirable like it is back in the States.
Couldn't tell you.
So I believe that is true. If I'm wrong on that, then I have been told lies for the last like 10 years of my life. But regardless, Scar Overload here in map 3. Team Japan trying to close this out and improve to 5-1 in the round robins. Still in the fight for the number 1 seed, according to what I've been shown in our live chat. And as Goldfish looks to push directly into the middle map, he's got a couple that he spots out over on the right-hand side through the mid-cut. Chain will lay down on the bottom, slide his way through. Sweet's able to help out. It's a 2-2 split that goes down the middle, and Nase Michi all the while has gotten through red for free unspotted.
For free indeed. He's just going to watch some of these players try to spawn up over by the 18-wheeler, and what's going to end up being some very deep spawns. Sweet, though, force free, first score already on the board, and it is to the races.
Who's heads in the back line. Trying to find another one from the top side of green. Can't find the shots. It's Sweet for all 4. He's up to 8 in a row. Good God almighty. He is doing every single thing for Team Japan right now, except scoring those 2 overload loads.
9. Do I hear 10? I do. Absolutely. So now the question is, how far can we go, Sweet? Oh, he's in the superior position. He's already got a Hellstorm missile. Oh, golly, some good shots. He does find one, but Royal American will find the headshot to finally put it to an end. But a 12-0 start, casual.
Light load for him. We talk about 3 already being put in the point. Let him use the Hellstorm. Sit the ball directly next to the point. Let the kills ring in real quick, and then dunk it in for the halftime. You gotta love that. 15-1 to start out the half there from Sweet.
Oh my,
And so much for the practice how you play. Holy.
Yo! That's what happened. Oh, he also has like the face calling card too, and just like so they're just saying phase up the entire time while he
I'm not sure if they can do it too.
The Simp can.
Well, Simp's not playing on Team Alaska. I can
Oh, my bad. I thought we talking about Vegas, man. But yeah, that's on me, man. My head's in Birmingham right now.
Oh, good.
But I should be stuck in Japan because beamed. What a 2 from mid cut. But the problem is that his teammates are they're dead.
Very dead. And Sweet's continuing to roll the ball in through market. Another one in front of him. That's a good kill by Nuxer right there to stop that forward pressure that was being mounted from Team Japan. Beamed on the opposite end. We'll go ahead and help for another one. So this could allow them to get some pressure out over towards that wing side. Maybe pick up that kill on the overload device and then wrap it back the opposite way. They do the first step in that process. The problem is now everybody in the spawn side has been killed, and they're going to be able to wrap this through. Goldfish, the lead blocker, in through the back spawn, looking for one for his trouble. Snaps to the second. Why not give him a third here, potentially with the pistol? It doesn't matter. Sweet will go ahead and do the work. It's 5-0 as they go ahead and slide that point right on through.
19-3 to 4 now. Hellstorm missile being called by Chain. Everybody is going to be trapped. Chain finds 3 in the feed there. Last player would be beamed. He's trapped up top, and although he takes out his teammate of Sweet, he turns to Nazamichi, starts laughing at it. He's like, dude, can't believe you TK'd, man. We're in a position to score. What are we doing?
I don't think it's going to take all that much. They get another 4 down. They grab it up. So it's going to be all chuckles, hee-hees, and ha-has from the side of Team Japan. Shane now deciding if he just wants to sit here in top blue or maybe he wants to wrap back and grab the device. They once again are streaking through their base. 8 spree, 2 apiece for everybody on the team. Team will finally break the mold and go up to number 3. Sweet, those are great shots. With 2 HP, he'll stay alive. They've got the device. They're trying to back it off into that bottom right corner of the map. Nase Michi will find 3, including a teammate. Pick the device up and with the pistol go through the shack. And that's going to be point number 7.
Oh! Even gets the AR out in time. Jumps up. Beamed. Oh, no. Goldfish.
Yeah. One pump.
Wait, no, we're good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
They're across the map scoring. His teammates giving the opposition concussion shots. It's Pandemonium on Overload. 8-0 and a 3-0 victory for Team Japan. They'll improve themselves to 5-1 over the course of the round robin, and now be in a dead tie with the Pacific Island roster to see who can find themselves the #1 seed in the bracket tournament.
This kill was ludicrous, just by the way. I mean, like the pistol kill, like one player was one shot inside of Shack, but like Nazamichi, I mean, double positive, 10 and 5, both for him and Chain. Like, what are we doing, guys? Like, just like not carrying your legwork like sweet out here, man. 23 and 9, like sorry. What was it? It was a 12-0 start on one side, and before you even knew it, like we're like a minute 30 into the overload, and like we're already like loading into the second half. Like that's, I ain't got nothing else to say, man. Like that's an off to your races moment right there for all of Team Japan. And you got to think like the way that they ended their day yesterday. You really got to be happy with that because like, you denied the reverse sweep to what I'm sure was like your sleep paralysis demons last night as you were trying to at least go for a quick little slumber of the Pacific Island boys. And you probably had some of that thought going back through that maybe the reverse sweep might be coming through. You deal with it in 10. You come in towards this one and you have an absolute field day on all 3 maps. Yeah, you got to be feeling good about Team Japan going in towards that playoff bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, there was a lot of people yesterday that when we at least we were getting our predictions out of the way, they're like, you guys are trolling with your picks saying that Japan's going to win this. And they said they're not going to lose a map throughout the entire tournament, let alone lose a series. A lot of those people were proven wrong today. Team Japan on the bounce back from yesterday into this day today against all their opponents. Again, we always talk about COD being a day-to-day game. And today it was just a better day for Team Japan. I don't know if it was just yesterday they weren't having one of their better days of Call of Duty and maybe something just clicked overnight. Could have been a VOD review session. Could have just been a team meeting where they're kind of just talking about how they want to play the maps and really get back to playing the style of Call of Duty that they're more comfortable with. But whatever it was working well today. They're going to have to do it once again over the next couple of days. But at least for right now, they can go to bed sleeping easy knowing that they had at least the bounce back that they wanted.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You'll see through a lot of these different highlights. These guys were having an absolute whale of a time. Sweet. Starting off with an impressive search and destroy, not only to be finishing in another 3 minutes, but I think going in towards the overload. 12-0 start. Had a Hellstorm missile within the first half. Calls it in. They get the 4th score. You go in towards the second, and then just everybody just starts going absolutely AWOL for Team Japan. Team Alaska, they'll still be in that playoff bracket, but they can go back and watch all the VOD in the world. It's just one of those things that you feel like that the team that has more practice will typically always do a little bit better regardless of mechanical or macro skill. And that's just what it's really been for Alaska. Dealt a very tough hand, but still happy to be able to have their representation here.
Yeah, absolutely. Big ups to Team Alaska. I'm sure we'll see them at least once more on stream as the week continues. So it's not the last time we will say goodbye to them. Of course, though, with everything else, we have an interview coming up now with one of the players from Team Japan, someone we haven't actually talked to yet, and it's Shane. Shane, pleasure to have you here with us, brother. Your energy was immaculate on the stage. Being able to watch you guys play was a ton of fun. So tell us how you're feeling after all the series wins today.
Yes, sir. Really good. Today we came out a lot different. We were firing on all cylinders. We played together. The comms were passionate. I feel like I was a little tired yesterday, so I wasn't really playing up to, what I feel like I can play at. Kind of took an IGL, kind of more of a role that I usually take. Just playing a lot better as a team today, for sure.
Awesome.
Love to hear that, Shane. Listen, let's talk a little bit more just as like the entire team as a whole. As far as we're understanding, you're the only one that is based at this event at Yokota Air Base. You're playing alongside of 3 individuals from Misawa, this Team Japan roster, very tenured. They won PACAF just last year. What's it like just slotting in towards this roster and this working system, man?
It's great. And like you said the other day, I think what you said was like hit the nail on the head. I fit into this team really well. These 3 guys are the fastest players that I play with. So really just makes me that main AR player that, blocks spawns, plays fundamental Call of Duty, gives good call outs, puts damage in. It's a really good dynamic that we have, and that I'm able to come in and I think it's a really good fit.
Well, I mean, it's clearly all of that. I think that there's one thing I've been watching this Team Japan now for what is going to be the 2nd year here for PACAF. what I hope to be for y'all's sake as well. It'd be really cool to see your representation going in towards just the DAF World Finals. Obviously, you know that there's one team that is kind of looming in the distance, and we got to see the end of that map 5 in particular. How sweet was that feeling? Not only denying the reverse sweep, but also just knowing that you guys can actually beat the team that finally took one off of you guys yesterday in the Team Pacific Island.
I mean, of course, really good. I was super excited, as a lot of people probably seen. I was definitely talking a lot for sure. It's not really characteristic of me to do that, but I just got really excited, and I knew we could win. But like I said, we just came out very different today. Search and Destroy is usually a good game mode for me, and yesterday we just did not have my maps. Not a good map for me on raid. So, but Scar definitely needed that today.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like you're just kind of like pulling a leg here. Like, you got the triple chain swinging on the neck right now. You got everything going for you. There's no way you're not getting hyped like that every time you guys are going out and play, because it feels like that was supernatural for you. Yeah,
no, it usually is like that. I think just lack of sleep, lack of passion yesterday really was the biggest issue for me. If I'm not playing, if I'm not firing on all cylinders, my team they're gonna struggle a lot more. I'm supposed to be that person to set them up for success, and I just really wasn't there doing that yesterday. I think that was the biggest issue. But if I'm that X Factor player, if I can do what I do and put the damage down, it gets them going for sure.
Awesome. Well, hey, looking ahead to tomorrow and everything else that's coming up for the rest of the week, how are we feeling about going up against not only the first round matchup that you'll most likely play against either Alaska or Team Korea, and then of course that potential grand final matchup between Pacific Island? What do you feel like that's going to play out for you guys as?
I think it's really going to come down to just, even if we're not playing necessarily a map that we like, just keeping each other together, just making sure that we're calm and good, getting trades. I mean, that's the most important thing that we were not doing yesterday. So even if it's on a map that's unfavorable for us, just not getting checked out is another thing that we always focus on. If I'm not checked out, it makes it a lot better for my teammates. But as soon as that happens, it's just not good.
Well, awesome. Well, Chain, hey, congratulations on the win again, brother. Great day of Call of Duty from you guys. It was fun watching the end of that Search and Destroy, as well as that series that you guys played up against Team Alaska. Rooting for you guys going forward. It's going to be a lot of fun seeing you guys on these next few days, and good luck on trying to chase that aspiration of being able to help this team back to another championship in the PACAF region.
Yes, sir. Hopefully we can do that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, cool. That was Shane from the side of Team Japan. A lot of fun having him here on the interview. Again, I don't believe that he was sitting there and he's not hyped like that all the time, Andy. That felt like a fib on every line of I've ever seen. When I see raw, unattenuated passion coming out of somebody getting up and yelling like that, I have a hard time believing that that's something that's just spur of the moment from one short day to another. So I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of that should we see a couple more wins come from the boys of Team Japan. But we are not done just yet, Andy. We have one final little road that we have to cross. It's a bridge between the Pacific Islands and, of course, the Korea teams. They are playing their final round robin match. We're going to jump into game 2 of that for the Search and Destroy. Game 1 was a 250-118 win for Pacific Islands. Team Korea still looking to push their way ahead throughout the rest of this tournament. They've won 2 matches thus far, both against Team Alaska. They're trying to move up even just in the win column once more, maybe even try to spoil the upset and be the upset rather for Team Pacific Islands on getting that #1 seed. Of course, that is still dependent on them winning this series for them to be able to walk away and get that tomorrow. Of course, the #1 seed does come against playing Team Alaska in that first round to get to the grand finals. And if you're curious about the format, it is a best of 5 single elimination bracket until grand finals, which will then be a best of 7 between the last remaining teams. And the winner, of course, will be crowned the PACAF Esports Championship winner, and they will move on to play in the DAF Esports World Championship at the end of July against 4 teams from the CONUS regions and 1 team from the USAFE region as well.
Yep, should be a very fun time to be able to see the rest of this best of 5 just conclude in general. Do you imagine that it's probably going to end up being a Pacific Islands versus Team Japan there in the grand finals? But regardless, I mean, Team Korea has an opportunity to maybe knock these guys down a peg or two. You go back in towards the series, the final series that we had yesterday. It was a 250-168. That was on a black heart. Pacific Islands still took map 1. Then Search and Destroy was map number 2 and went all the way to a round 10. But go over towards Raid, beautiful, beautiful oceans just on the outside of this mansion that takes a lot of frames away from my old PC. It's one of those things that you're going to be looking forward to for Breadwinner to constantly just find value and success with, because sniper rifles on Raid Search and Destroy, it's a testament as old as time.
Absolutely is. Well, we are expecting one thing here. We're expecting Pacific Islands to be able to put up a considerable effort against Team Korea in the Search and Destroy. But Andy, you had already mentioned it beforehand. It was 10 rounds that they played Pacific Islands last time for Team Korea. Probably the closest anybody has played them within Search and Destroy so far, obviously besides Team Japan.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think that Pacific Islands are going to be maybe keeping their wits about them a little bit more. They're going to try to make this as clean as possible. Probably won't be as clean as what they had versus Team Alaska earlier on, but like, so I digress. I think that it's one of those things that you're really going to be looking for them to be as polished as possible. Just get in and out of the series as quick as possible so that they can try to go back and watch the VOD that you know that they're going to be watching after. We've only had one map 4. Only had one map 5, and it's in between 2 teams in particular. You know that's the one that they're going to be preparing for mostly.
Yeah, it's going to be lots of good takeaways from them as well. It's hard to VOD review against some of the teams that you're kind of just, in a sense, running through to put it in the best way possible. But when you're playing against a team where you're not only losing, but actually being tested in those games, you can really start to see where the blemishes start to pop up. There's things you can learn against some of the worst teams. But it's not going to be nearly as impactful to your overall tenure on your team than, of course, VOD reviewing against one of the better opponents. So, VOD review talk out the window. Let's get into the actual gameplay here. We got Team Korea on the right-hand side, Pacific Islands on the left. iWept and the offensive team of Pacific Islands are going to try and take this, at least what it looks like early on. Over to A, you've got a swimmer in green grid who's playing the top north side of the map. Wants to get into Tiki. He's going to have a gunfight here on the right-hand side. Should he take it?
All very timing dependent. Brad said, hey, hello, I'm behind you. How's that flank even possible? Well, sir, you gotta check the water. There ain't no lifeguard on duty. 2v3 immediately. Numbers in favor for the offensive team. This bomb gets pointed today. Oh, ripped.
Whew. See, sir, good stuff. Oh my God, I don't even think he saw the pixel of Swep's head as he peeked up over that outside there. I mean, this is just a nasty angle that you're able to get over on the top side of Arden. I mean, dude, you're literally looking at pixels if you're top library there. It's ridiculous.
It's basically equivalent of like a stair glitch. It's like that's how difficult it really is. It's like you're from the enemy team, you saw it right there. I mean, the X-ray is showing a little bit more than for what it's worth, but like you're the top of the enemy player there on the outer parts of ring is like you're seeing maybe like the top of their forehead. And that's basically been that challenge for ever as Raid's been in existence. And it's round 2, by the way. We ain't got trophy systems. You can't just sprint up driveway for free.
Especially when the other team knows the lineups for it. You can maybe get away with it in rank play because people are just going to kind of throw the nades over the top and not exactly know where they're going to land at. But here inside of this series, you are going to have to play a very wise game against the Pacific Islands. Wept inside of library, going to be up and towards top. Doesn't spot anybody out just yet, but he knows that there's going to be somebody lurking around. Big Mike will be directly in front of him. Lines up and then down the back staircase. The timing is good and the shots are better as he gets the slide in. Great movement tech there from Wept as he's able to put minced meat back into the pantry.
I remember we were talking to Wept earlier. He was mostly just relying off of what his teammates were able to help him understand Call of Duty as a whole. It's so hard to believe that this guy hasn't been playing Call of Duty for as long as he has, just understanding the timings. But like running around with a chick with your head cut off, I mean, that's the BO7 Drovic special, isn't it? Word of Shotzi. So we'll have to see if there's any way that Team Korea can shut that down. Again, one good stun check could slow up an SMG's roll through the middle of the map, getting in towards Zig or getting in towards Kitchen. Last time around, the offensive team found a little bit more value going over towards Pool off of a flank. They're delayed this time around because they had to go back and get the bomb, so they're just going to run up through drive.
By 2, is the timing good enough on all the way in the back? The answer is unfortunately no. Green Gred gonna be there, but iWept with a well-placed and cooked nade directly on the player. He's at the top of the staircase, and then he'll push his way forward into the top side of Laundry as well. 1 versus 4. The bomb is down. 14 Pacific Islands. Ice-T not only has to find this player inside of Zig, but get the W's at the same time. It's a bit easier when you are on the offensive side in a 1v4. Instead, though, Pacific Islands, once again, flying around the map, not letting anybody survive anywhere. They had a large map spread. Green Red pushed all the way back inside a garage, cut down the flanking player, and then when you have iWept being able to place a nade well and then getting up in laundry and finding 2 on his own, that's just going to completely shut down any sort of progress that you had over on the A site. Great round through and through from the Pacific Islands.
6-0 start out of Wep. Imagine he's probably really close to getting that Hellstory missile, given that he does have a plant, generates a lot of score just doing the objective work. Sniper now in play here for Ice-T, going to be looking for that pick. Looking for Green-Gred, and the shot just goes right above his heels,
no.
and here's the second shot. It legs him, but Y2's there for the bull with the M15 to get the final blow.
Right side jiggle with the sniper. You can see the wrap all the way through the basketball court, deep back. It's going to be Breadwinner trying to make me chow this out in a bit more conceited effort. He'll be able to find Big X2 Mike. And realistically speaking, now it's all a battle of being able to find this next blood. Mossy just gets caught sprinting on the opposite side of the map. And just look how far spread Pacific Island is spread across the map at the moment. Ice-T gets the timing up through Tiki, so he makes it a 2 versus 2 again. So this is a winnable round here from Team Korea.
Got to get that bomb planted almost immediately. It's going to be an individual idea coming through from Wept as he's starting to think about clearing the backside of red. They'll get the information the bomb's planted at B. T-Skirt doesn't even wait for the rest of his team. He takes gunfight in a bullet in towards Tiki, but here comes the pinch from Webb. Just as soon as you ask for it, the pinch does come through, but the problem is now C-Skirt's just completely removed from this play, and Y2 could just play for timing.
Then spot him out over towards the rock side, but the question is did C-Skirk actually spot out the player top bedroom? Now you have to go ahead and just kind of throw your shoulders away. Play the corners, play the time, and that is just the best way that you could have possibly had that positioning go for you if you are Team Korea and Y2 up top. Play the corner. Let him try to come chow you. He's expecting you to probably wrap all the way back. You get the better of the timing. You play the little creddy corner. And those shades are going to cover you from the sun every time.
Very first blood dependent, of course, is Raid. See that first blood come through. Anybody that has the numbers just able to isolate just a handful of others. 3 in the round there for Y2. The other going towards Ice-T, I do believe. Any alterations towards the defensive side for Team Korea to maybe see if they can string again a couple of 2. They lost ring control, the bomb being planted immediately. That's what they're trying to rectify, all the focuser pillars.
And you thought maybe up middle map you were anticipating Green Grid getting the spot out to make sure that you could push up through a ring, and I believe that was probably the call. I wept in a really awkward gunfight. Gets knocked off by Ice-T, so this is going to give him another man possession here. If you are Team Korea, 3 versus 2 to play with. Plenty of time in the round for a minute left of the 2 players that are alive on offense. Green Grid all the way up over at B. Oh, you got to finish your food before you pick off the second. And instead of going for 1 rip, he goes for 2. And it ends up being Greed that kills him.
Green now in a possible situation, 1v3. Got 1 player lurking driveway. Expecting for the pinch to come through. That gets fully cleared by Mossy. Unbeknownst to Green Grid, this A-bomb site was vacated about 5 seconds ago. Ice-T might have gotten the timing, might have seen the peak, but Green Grid, the only play he has is to lay the bomb down to extend the clock.
He has no info, so he's just tweaking about somebody being behind him, and after he just looks forward the entire time to try and get somebody spotted out in top library. All of a sudden the peek comes through and he's like, dude, how many times do I have to check that before somebody peeks? And that right there is what we call COD timing in a nutshell.
All right, so 2 rounds in a row now, keeping things just a little bit more interesting. What we talked about yesterday. I mean, I know Den compared to Raid, very different maps the way that they play in Search, but
yes,
this is the one mode that gave Pacific Islands a little bit more of trouble from Team Korea. And it's only 2 players that have the kills too, which is wild.
Well, I was going to be forced to back off. Hellstorm utility there in the back pocket should they want it. Green Grid going to dance around the backside of Tiki. Doesn't want to throw his life away just yet. Knows there's probably a sniper on the opposite side. They have pretty much cleared out the entirety of the A site right now, so they know that the offensive pressure is deep back within their spawn. And up their middle map, there's actually a great timing that came through from Mossy. Breadwinner, I don't believe, spotted him out, so they're just going to keep playing this out here with Y2 on the top of the mansion.
Timing price. T down low. Oh, he got a bad mantle on the rock. T-Skirt takes him down. 2-for-1 feed. Numbers here for Pacific Islands, and Mike gives away his red dot.
Oh, no. Rock quite literally in a hard place. Out on the ring side. Seaskirk will make you pay for it every day of the week. 2x Big Mike on the slide through. Right side challenge. Breadwinner just wins and rips him immediately. Dead before he could even blink his eyes. Mossy will turn back around to the right-hand side. Now in a 1 versus 3 and only 20 seconds left with the bomb down outside of the library. Good luck. Have fun.
That just ripped immediately. So any sort of momentum that is trying to be built gets snuffed out. They're trying to go for the third. Team Korea gonna have to go back to the drawing board ever so slightly. We'll talk a little bit more in depthly once we do get towards that other side of the bomb for them, but this is where these boys start to get dangerous for Pacific Islands. Look at their intention. I mean, like, they knew they beat the brakes off of this team everywhere else besides the search and destroy yesterday. That could be why you're seeing a little bit more of a focus type situation out of them. Offense for Breadwinner. Yeah, I was about to say, ain't no way he got a sniper rifle this time. He is flying.
Spotted one on the stairs. Hello. Yeah, good night. Great shots in. Didn't miss a bullet. Second one does, but iWept is there for an immediate trade. Bodies on bodies is what they're throwing right now. Team Korea on the back foot over by Library. Trying to go ahead and find these last couple of kills. Mossy, a good double right there. All of a sudden rips him, but now he's the last alive on the opposite end with Green Red. Challenge not there. Great retake from Team Korea. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was a 2v4.
It was absolutely a 2v4. Yeah, first blood found there from Red from the middle of the map in towards open stairs. The second one I want to believe was found inside a kitchen trying to push for that trade. But yeah, 2v4 from the laundry side the hard way. Not even a route being taken. No flank whatsoever. All of it came through from the laundry side. And I mean, when you get immediate ring control like that, you're hoping to maybe push through laundry and get the bomb planted so that way you could just flip the map and force the enemy's hand to retake your side of the map and go into the unknown with a numbers disadvantage. But just made it a little bit too easy exposing themselves like that instead of playing in a tradable position with their teammates.
Yes, they did. But even with an 0-5 start from Big Mike, 3-4, only a 1-round deficit. 7 now 8 rounds into the search and destroy. And you're not feeling too bad about it. He gets a couple of kills on the board. All of a sudden, things might start to swing even further. Seaskirt through the smoke. Gonna throw some shots at distance. Only about 11 HP taken off him and looked a lot weaker than he actually was. Ice-T through the top side of laundry windows. Now going to be able to be in a good position. Wants to swing it out. Good shots on the first. iWept, the first one to fall here in the round. Now an opportunity around the right side to get a good timing on the second player. Oh, he stopped shooting at him. Breadwinner wins the 1v1. And now all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2 for the Team Pacific Islands roster.
Aussie got his first 3 kills in the previous round, and that's all he's going to be able to find, at least thus far. Had a really good look there with the hip fire. I don't know if you know this or not, Alex, but the hip fire and the M15 do go burr.
I was about to say hip fire cheese didn't work that time, so yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, no, it does not. It don't work for everybody, man. You do have to get that tracking. He was red screen, just about a half a bullet away maybe from death. Double positive now at 8-4. But even still, having that 2-round advantage, you can benefit from going round for round as you find yourself up to the 5-3. Just hope it ain't a curse. Let's see what we're able to produce. Big Mike's still sitting on the goose egg. Sure as EKIA probably looks a little bit different. It's going to be a ring hit. Going back towards that round 1 play that worked so well for Team Pacific Islands.
Last time Red was here, rip stairs. This time, though, he's got a couple of bodies that he needs to take care of inside a kitchen. They want to get this down quick. They have a smoke covering off the plant. It's going to allow Seaskirk to get on this and actually get this bomb down. You have to worry about the contestation that's going to come through, but in the meanwhile, Breadwinner was able to find Ice-T, trade by Y2, escapes back into kitchen. No contestation there for him. Get through middle map, though. 38 seconds left on the defuse.
Planted all the way here for ring. This is easily broken up and exposed. If we can just find any sort of fix, Mossy will take down at least Seaskirt. 3v2, time ticking down.
Oh, second gunfight in the back there. Green Red forced the back up with 38 HP. Reload the gun. Give themselves another opportunity at it. Y2's able to find one. Now it's down to Green Red. 1 versus 2. They know where he is. 12 seconds left. They've got to run for the defuse as well. Not able to get the shots, and Big Mike's hopping on it at the same time. Team Korea get it to another round 10. They stay alive here in the S&D.
They're going to be able to get that with about 2 seconds to spare. And again, Dave, that's what we're talking about constantly. Very rarely will you ever see the bomb being planted here on A, Alex, and you're not being pushed through over by Laundry. That is the key power position. Like, you can plan it for red, but you're so exposed by a very deep flank that's going to take another member just to try to look over towards that side of the map, all the way back over by your spawn in garage. And then by that point, your Zig could be open, pillars, your player top ring needs to rip the player open, staircase. But you see a lot of teams all the way up to the CDL level. If it's an A execute, they clear all of Laundry and plant it for that side because it is so difficult to retake this side of the map.
One-man blitzkrieg up through the middle of the map, slows down here for a moment. They got to the mountainside. Ice-T wants to go left inside. Green Red just throwing shoulders inside of money. Spotted out by player 8 and Y2. This is going to force Ice-T to now give his position away. He's going to fly into the kitchen. He gets gunned down by Wept as he was ready for the challenge that came through money. Ice-T finds Green Red though. Now all of a sudden we're back into 3 versus 2 for Team Korea. They have the numbers advantage. Now a 3 versus 1. 1 kill away from forcing it to a round 11. What does Breadwinner have to say about it? Bomb's not down yet, but it's going down now. The timing in through Tiki. He spots the first one out. No way. Turns around. Shots are good on the second. He wants to ate this inside of Tiki, but he can't walk away with a gunfight win. Round 11. Team Korea. It's an upset alert here in S&D.
And biting off a little bit more he could chew there. See it from Ice-T's perspective. I mean, all he had to do was just kind of hold the line, or I'm sorry, not even Ice-T, for Mossy. You had ample time to maybe try to run through open stairs, reset the fight, if not hold the angle. Again, Dravik compared to M15, just as it is from attachments and the weapon itself. A little longer of an ADS time, but understand the idea. Trying to get any advantage you can there with the damage you found. Especially in a 1v3. Round 11. It's the offense for Team Korea. They've found value in their A push thus far, but it's an even spread across the map for Team Pacific Islands in the round 11 defense.
And if there is any round for Big Mike to have himself an impact on this game, it would be now. 0-7. He's in the agency right now. It's been a while since I've been able to say those words on a broadcast, but here we go. Bomb still working its way over towards A, but you can see how much presence in middle map that the Team Korea roster has at the moment. Crawling, sneaking, finding their way through. Y2's got the first blood. Here we go.
Wept right there for the immediate trade over by open stairs. Not too sure what Y2 was thinking. Trying to get a little bit more of the shoulders being thrown. Wept also gets information that Ice-T was inside of money. Green's gonna start chasing it. Preserves life instead. Such a good call. But watch out back, Laundry. Mossy's making a play.
He's trying to make the flying crack back around. Green Red trade immediately. That comes through from C-Skirt. 2 versus 2. Bomb is down over at A. It's a 1v2 for Big Mike. 0-7 in the S&D thus far. He's laid down over by Laundry side. He's got to hold this for about 20 seconds, and he'll get himself the win here in map 2. In through Laundry. He spotted out one behind. He's got his first kill. 15 seconds left. And this wrap through middle map might have just played the timing perfectly, because now you see iWept is trying to chase as much as he can. With 9 seconds left, you get down to 8. He's going to get the bomb checks, and he's not going to find anything there. No time for the defuse. Turns back around. The kill won't matter. Team Korea in the S&D. Look at him standing up. They're yelling across the venue.
That was Y2. Just so happy. Going to be able to get himself that map win, and just... yeah, you really got to tip it coming through. That's Team Korea's first map win versus anybody that's not Team Alaska. He came close a handful of times. I mean, round 10 yesterday in the Den Search and Destroy versus Pacific Islands. They go in towards the raid here, and they get it done. 12-9 out of Y2 with about 1,100 damage. 1,400 damage with 6 non-traded kills out of Icy. This guy was shooting just about everything, but... in the first blood category, that's what it mostly is always going to end up coming down to, Alex. Yep. And just about even across the board. But a lot of interesting decisions being made there for Pacific Islands that would take a long time to be able to go back and fully decipher all the way through and through. But when it came down to it, 5-3 curse or not, well done out of Team Korea just to be able to execute on these unforced errors that Pacific Islands were giving them.
Take a look through the replays here. All you need is one moment in an S&D. Your teammates can get you there. You got to carry the logs at some point. And the logs were carried in that final round by one man. The name that will ring out in legendary status for years to come. That's Big Mike right there. Y2 in the top. We'll see that one more time. But for Team Korea, I mean, this is probably the best win that they have had throughout the entire weekend. Actually, I know for a fact this is the best win they've had in the map throughout the entire weekend. put themselves in a great spot. Down 4-2. Didn't look like a lot was going to be able on the ready. But as they continued to push their way forward, the 5-3 curse, it was a soft 5-3. You find the comeback. You thought Breadwinner in this spot right here, if he's able to get that kill, you maybe snap to the second one and close the map, seal it up. Instead, the chase through middle map and everything else happening through and through. Big Mike in a 1v2 at the end comes away with the win. We are tied up 1-1. I didn't think we were going to be saying that between these two teams, Andy.
Yeah, guaranteed to go to the Colossus hardpoint, guaranteed to at least see a second or third respawn, as far as this series is concerned. I mean, we're looking at it from Pacific Islands perspective. You just kind of hope that they're not going to get mentally boomed off of it because, I mean, they went down 0-2 versus Team Japan earlier, able to force themselves back for a reverse sweep. Who knows what the rest of the series has in store for us?
I have no idea, but we'll see an overload coming up next. Yesterday, it was not all that great for Team Korea against the Pacific Islands roster, but hell, who knows? The S&D changed things. Maybe the change of fate will be there for the overload. Still trying to upset a team with aspirations for the #1 seed. Will Team Korea be able to bounce back, or will it be 2 more straight maps for Pacific Islands? After a break, we'll find out. The PACAF Esports Championship in 2026 continues in just a bit.
do for you. What I would do for you.
Well, the final match of our round robin has not disappointed here on stream. Team Korea is able to pull off a shocking search and destroy win against the Pacific Island boys in what was a fantastic raid search and destroy that went all the way to a round 11. The problem is, though, is they have not been able to get over the hump in the respawns. They played a close search and destroy yesterday, so it's not the most surprising thing in the world. What would be surprising is if an overload would be taken by Team Korea, because that has been something that they have struggled against every team with, not just the Pacific Island roster. So going into this map 3, the storyline will still continue to go as follows. Team Pacific has been the better team, but Team Korea, of course, now on upset alert after winning a map, has a little bit more wind in the sails and could just throw something at us that we just don't expect.
For Team Korea, like you're really hoping that you can take advantage of what could be a poor mental for Pacific Islanders. Like coming in towards this one, like they hadn't really lost many maps outside of the one versus Japan yesterday. That was a Scar overload. Expo obviously playing incrementally different, but regardless of the matter, like that is a raid search and destroy that through and through should be Pacific Islands' opportunity to close this out in a 3-0, but this also was going to be a really big test for what they could potentially look like going into the championship bracket. You need a strong mental fortitude to bounce back from a map loss. They had it earlier versus Team Japan, being able to work their way towards a potential reverse sweep. Came up short on that Scar search and destroy, but going throughout all of this, the Expo overload, as far as the tail of tape is concerned between these two, should definitely be in the favor of the Pacific Islands.
Yeah, I'm honestly not quite sure how this is going to shake out the seeding process either, because I know it's head-to-head and based on head-to-head count. But again, we were talking about map win losses and the overall series count. Look, it's more speculation than anything else. So we'll keep it as speculatory, but it's fun for me just to do a little brain wrestle with it. This very well could be a series that losing that search and destroy has massive consequences going down and being able to potentially have to play this team again tomorrow as the 2 seed instead of the 3 or the 1 seed where you would have played Team Alaska. So there's a lot of conversation to be had throughout the rest of this tournament here. IWEP going to be able to stun check out on the right side. Green Gred opens up the door with the first blood, and that should be a call out immediately up through middle map. The rest of the team now spread it out. You have 2 players from Team Pacific that are now pushing towards the bottom side, but as Team Korea gets knocked off over by Ring, you've got a 3-on-1 presence going over to A, and as Ice-T falls there, that should be the first cap of the game here for TPA or TPI.
Oh, yeah. You got a lot of good space being held here from Wep. He had a good look there for maybe 4 in a row, but I mean the turn on the first and setting up for an easy cleanup on the second is about all you could possibly ask for. Second device is going to spawn over here on the P2 tank, and kills are still wavering to be in favor for Pacific Islands. Just going to be some lurking trades are going to be here from Y2. He was very animated after that previous map win. Nobody playing through Nectar. Just a late hit comes through from Mossy. Could blow things up, but he's not going to get there in time to stop the second cap.
Yeah, it was a good option. Good read there from Green Gred to go all the way outer solar. Knew that the spawns were going to be deep over by dirt, so didn't really have to worry too much about the inner push while his teammate was there, and even that flank coming through on the end, again, as you mentioned, a little too slow. Now as we reset back and over towards middle map, ball will spawn out by dirt. In towards Ring, a few players will now push their way forward. They're trying to collapse on this before the presence comes back off the respawn yet again, and this will be a slide directly up and through from Seaskirk, while the rest of the team is able to push out the spawns. They still got bodies here. They need to be wary, though. Y2 has slept his way inside of the long cut throughout middle, but inside of the mid-map now as 3 players flood in through P2. It should be an onslaught before they're able to grab this ball and start making their way through again.
Spawning back over towards the middle of the map, so you got to keep playing for those slays. 2 minutes have already passed here in this opening minute, and we're just 1 score away from calling ourselves on the half. Yeah, I think it's quite the opposite of being mentally boomed. I think Pacific Islands are just kind of pissed off right now. They're putting themselves in a situation to close things out in this opening half. Had 1 player top Ring. Bred's behind everybody. Bred will take down them all. Green Gred there for the 4th, and it's a 4-0 lead at the half.
And that's how you make a flank through middle map right there. Everybody turning around. Team Korea, you can see they kind of put all their eggs in one basket there. They're like, okay, well, we have to stop this push from coming through, else it's GG regardless. So everybody turns around. Breadwinner through the back line. was able to just get the best timing in through P4. Slides up, says, how do you do? Pokes his head out, finds 3. Teammate there with the pistol is able to just trade the final one out. And there you go. Through and through. All the way up and in. 4 quick scores from Team Pacific Islands. Korea on the opposite end, reeling after what was a phenomenal search and destroy out from them. Now they have to get back in the middle map. They have to fight for another half of this overload. You got to score 8 through and through.
Break off very important here for Team Korea. So they could potentially try to get a score early on. As far as Expo Overload is concerned, it's very tough to be able to gauge which one is the favorite side, but if I had to pull a leg on one, it's probably with the side of the red is versus on the blue right now, but Fred Winter making a very different argument for it. Just trying to get themselves over towards this A portal for Team Korea's side, but Seaskirt thinks twice of it. It's the Ross from Friends ever so fabled pivot. Now we're back over towards the solar side of the map where nobody, and I mean nobody from Team Korea is going to be here in time to stop this, or as soon as I say that, excuse me, Mossy finds that just in the nick of time, and now they can result that in a counterattack.
I mean, this is... That means just blessed timing. It was way too slow of a rotation over from the back, from A to B in the spawn side from Team Korea. But it was just a bit of a hitch there from the Pacific Island roster that allowed them to get that score in, so... I don't want to say they're counting their blessings, but they probably should be counting their blessings right now that wasn't a cap for TPI. So as Korea is now pushing back on the opposite end from their own spawn side, the flank that comes in from Mossy is able to actually make the damage happen this time through, as it was not on the opposite side of the map. But as IWEP now is in the behind on the flank, he's got 2 directly in front of him. He's able to get a couple weak, and now the P3 push from inside should come through. Seaskirt was able to get 1, slides out. Yeah, it won't matter. That's number 5 here for the Team Pacific Islands.
Every single score puts it that much more incrementally out of control. Keep in mind, every single time the device does score, it takes 10 seconds to respawn. So you can do the math super quickly. The more kills that keep coming through, the longer that device spends on the ground and not being captured, closer it is that for Team Pacific Islands to be closing out this map. 6 now up on the board, making it even further impossible.
Y2 up close with the knife, gonna grab the gun, start running around back up towards mid-map. Green Gred is able to find a couple. 5 spree now for Green Gred. Device on the respawn, trying to wrap this out lower dirt side. They've already got a lead blocker out in Green Gred. He's gonna be able to find one for it. Ice-T, the first to fall. Second in the line of work is Breadwinner. IWEB there as well. There was one playing super deep back by Jenny's, hoping he would get a good timing on the cross. Instead, it's the 7th capture for the Pacific Islands, 1 away from being able to take map 3.
Hellstorm being missile called in here for Greengrad. Gonna reveal a lot of information. That's the only reason why Big Mike's just kind of lurking around here alongside his teammate. But yeah, you're not safe. You're just not safe. The only place that you're probably safe is all the way in towards like the over by the pillar in P3. And even then, you could technically still bend it in towards the window and just eviscerate one player. So here comes the victory lap. Last 3 players, excuse me. Now down to the last one is 2 times Big Mike. Flank comes through from the top plat. Pistol gun fight, almost able to win it, but it will be just a goal line stop from IC.
That was gonna be one of those 1v1s calling game with the ice in the backpack. Instead, it's just gonna reset back up in towards middle map essentially. Stuck inside of long on the rewrap back. The Y2 will get absolutely gunned by Breadwinner this time. He'll make that 1v1 gunfight work. And it doesn't look like there's going to be anybody here to stop it. Stun check out on the rooftop side. Big Mike going to be able to find it. Trades come in immediately after the fact. It's Seaskirt who will pop a double, and that will be game here in map 3. The Pacific Islands, after losing an embarrassing round 11 fashion, now find themselves back inside of a firm possession of this series. 2-1 up going into a hard point.
I think that's like a really impressive thing and important as well for Pacific Islands just to be able to show, right? Like if you can not only lose maps, but lose maps like with what little grace or what grace we were able to see, and then bounce back immediately and just do business on the overload like that.
Yep.
I think that's the most important part to be able to showcase for yourself because, again, you know, we hopped in towards that Japan Pacific Islands in that map number 5, but Greengrad coming in towards this one, 28-8 there at the very end. Just, I think that's within its own self something you can rally behind. Like, yeah, you lost an embarrassing round 11. It is what it is. But like
being able to keep one player still firmly planted on the ground to be able to do that, that's exactly what you expect to happen here, especially when you are a top 2 team here in the PACAF region.
Yeah, that's a man right there who's embarrassed that they lost that map too, and wants to get them back over in the Konos region. He wants to be back stateside fighting in the U.S. for a championship at some point. So, I'll be honest. Ice tape on the drop down there. We'll see this one more time. Fully loading everything through. As Web pushes forward, T-Skirk in the process. Realistically, this map from start to finish, there's really not much to break down other than the fact that Pacific Islands just had the better map spread. We're winning the gunfights, getting the trade outs, and again, as Andy pointed out, I mean, there's really not much you can do when somebody's 28-8 against you and they're all important kills. It's not like you're just getting a couple of mid-map for free. It was all a part of every play that they were trying to move either towards the A or the B side on either of the 2 halves. Overall, that's really good. Good overload. Great bounce back win. Going into a hard point, we're able to take the first one, I believe, by just about 140 points against this Team Korea already inside of this best of 5 series in map 1. So looking to do that again. Opportunity for the closeout here. Continue their way to 5-1 and hopefully lock themselves into that number 1 seed here for the PACAF Esports Championship when we get into the bracket play tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching this from Team Japan's perspective, man, you are really rooting for Team Korea to be able to take this and force maybe like that second VOD session just to watch itself, because like you can't chalk any sort of loss. Like, you know that the raid search and destroy has got to be looked at immediately, as well as what you lost earlier, the den search, the Colossus hardpoint, and then the Scar search and destroy. To add a raid in towards that as well. You know that any series that you play, if you do make it towards that best of 7 Pacific Islands, it's probably going to include one of those 3 maps, because realistically, even if you are just the team coming from the lower advantage in a best of 7, you still only get a single S&D ban. So here we go. Colossus hardpoint, the potential conclusion as far as the series is concerned. Let's see if the Gunnies continue to stay hot for Team Korea, if they can convert a lot of these kills, or will Pacific Islands just run them over like what we saw there in the final few moments of the Expo Overload.
2-2 split. Stone and Statue control fully held down at the moment. Or at least it was by Team Pacific Islands. Team Korea was able to wrap back on it. And they're going to get some much needed P1 time here. Good chows all around. Potential epileptic warning for anybody watching. We apologize for what we are seeing on the screen here. Red Winter and the rest of the gang will be pushing back up into P1. They'll be able to go ahead and suffice for a 2-piece. Wants the third inside of blue, but they haven't influenced the spawns out just yet. Good gunfights being won by Team Korea on the right side of the mini-map. So this is exactly what you want to see if you are Team Korea. The one thing that we had noted multiple times in the hard points is that some of their breaks were decent. Their rotational holds weren't the best, and unfortunately, that seems like it might be coming back to bite them here once again. It's the spawn flips all the way out. They got to find one more player, and they do just that. So P2 lockdown as well as the spawns.
It's almost like Minecraft with the Call of Duty mod, or like is it Call of Duty with the Minecraft mod? I don't know. Wait, whatever's easier. So I think we lost our observer there for the time being. Not too sure, but yeah, well, we'll just sit here and just watch the player cams for the moment. I mean, we saw a very quick break off coming through for the Pacific Islands team. Almost what you expect for them coming into the Colossus hardpoint, just absolutely shooting.
Well, we'll come back to this again. We got Greengrad on the left side of the screen. We'll take his POV because that's probably the best look that we are going to have at the gameplay here while we're trying to get the graphics fixed up in the background. Off the respawn, you can see those blue spawns still happening here over by P2. It looks like he wants to take a route into P3. Maybe push through green, still hop top, and he's actually going to try and influence the spawns out here around through yellow. Looks for the God-heady player, doesn't spot anybody there. Going to take the deep route all the way back in through the spawn side of yellow. We'll get everything back on screen now, and everything should be working out for you, at least to some sort of serviceable degree. As T-Skirk and the rest of the boys are now over by yellow. You can credit Greengrad for the entire flank that was made right there. He pushed the spawns all the way out and gave them the favorable side for P4.
E3 is 50-50 as you may like, but full hardpoint differential, that 60-point lead that Pacific Islands do have for themselves, very much so could be a deficit that you are never going to claw your way back from on Colossus. It is very, and I mean very, difficult to string together hardpoints unless it is from 3 all the way towards 4. Just trying to maintain that yellow side of the map. It's currently what you're getting out of Team Korea. They're just trying to lurk all the way through yellow, get themselves in and around over towards this concave wall, and maybe put themselves in a situation to battle for these spawns. But individual gunfights
Going to be a really tough thing to try to convert if you are Team Korea, because Team Pacific Islands are still firing.
Double challenge on the back end. Loving this hit through the front right now. Hellstorm used over the top. Doesn't seem like it hit out on anybody, but it did force a few players inside, and Seaskirk will finally connect on Mossy on the tail end of it. So it drags all the way down. He split across the map right now, and this was the worst nightmare for Team Korea because they were trying to keep everything in front of them. They didn't recognize, because the streak got called in on the opposite side of the map, that Seaskirk would be hitting that late pinching flank. On the back 25 here. Ice-T is going to have an opportunity from the side door. This could be a cheeky little challenge out. He's able to find the first shots onto the second are good. That influences the spawn. So from what was a deficit of almost about 100 points, they should be able to rescue at least 15 to 20 off of this and make it a bit more manageable.
Yeah, making themselves work a little bit close towards that deficit. Again, it was about 60 points at the end of 3. Essentially, you're looking at about 70 going in towards the next set of hard points as well. But it's realistically, when you're looking from top to bottom, just a little bit of a slaying discrepancy. I mean, double positive out of WEP. This guy is absolutely putting B2A right now, 15 and 7, 3 spree right now. And a lot of these kills are happening while he's inside the time. I mean, he's only the third one with the most time on his team, but 41 seconds, that's the most time, unarguably, compared with Team Korea. Breadwinner, though, my God. He's able to do it with a sniper. He can do it with a Dravik.
Oh, that's disgusting stuff. Getting mixy down on the bottom side of statue, and you can see the full momentum flying directly forward. How about give them all 4? That's the entire spawn cleared out over by P2. 20 seconds left on P1. His teammates are still here and holding. They've got the entirety of statue locked down. They just need to make sure that nobody can sneak through P3. And that's why 2 is trying to get around back blue.
Y2 will end up completing that flank around the backside of blue, but he was already weak from that previous gunfight, so it was an easy cleanup there from Bread. Up to 16 and 9 on that 5 spree. Generate a little bit more time. My God, Ice-T was there for a second, and he just got eviscerated. Hitting more routes, jumping up. Don't think he got the Hellstorm in time, but it may not matter because iWept already has one in his back pocket. A 7 spree for the kid.
Yeah, I know exactly what that feels like, too. You get those 4 kills immediately, and then every challenge in the game feels like it's light work. You just start flying at everything. You're in flow state at that point. Nothing matters anymore, and they'll pop another double. Big Mike, the second victim within that chain of kills. Green Red. All the way back inside of blue. 30 seconds left to play for on this hard point. It looks, at least for the time being, it's going to all go to the Pacific Islands roster. Y2 will turn back around from the top side of P1, snap onto it. But at this point, really, it's just all about making sure you can get any sort of time. You're scrapping together back 20s every point. You're losing the front 40. It's almost impossible.
Dude, iWept is 20 and 9. 20 and 11 out of red. I mean, like, yeah, Seaskirt and Greengrad might as well have a Hill Kitten battle as far as this one is concerned. But, I mean, Breadwinner's also sitting there at 65 seconds of OBJ time. Like, it's egregious. 188 to 58. Now you're hoping for Team Korea. Big moment coming through from Y2. He's able to kill Bread there inside of the mid connector. You also got P1 kills coming through as well. They're keeping them at an arm's reach right now, Alex, but an over-egregious shout comes through from your teammate inside the hill, gives it up for free.
Breadwinner with the AR. I mean, everything you want more right now is coming from the Pacific Islands. You get the blue spawn red on the flank that comes through behind. Yeah, you let one slip through green, but you got a 199 to 70 point advantage, and I promise you, not a care in the world is happening right now. They're going to take their time breaking this back in for the final 20 seconds. It's all about the next set of gunfights that are going to come through, the waves that you have to be able to take care of over on yellow to make sure that you can push your way into P4. You don't want to allow Team Korea an avenue back into the game, although it is significantly out of reach at the moment. One good P4 hold and you string that into P1, you could be looking at a very different game.
Yeah, it could be an entirely different game. The only problem is that you're still trailing by about 130. 207.75. It's got to be just about a full 6-year bust here, you would imagine. First few kills do come through, but the spawns are not secured.
Oh, from the front, you also had the pinch that was coming through, but it wouldn't even matter. Seaskirt really wasn't even a problem to have to deal with. Breadwinner in the back with the knife out, takes care of Ice-T. And this is where everything starts to fall apart. It's going to have to be directly through the front. You got to win these gunfights on the headies. You got to make sure you're throwing everything over the top and making sure that you're taking care of the trophies at the same time. P1 fully flooded through, at least if you're on Team Korea. That's a good sign. And as Green Red turns back around, he's able to get 1 for it. 1 versus 2 for the time. Breadwinner wins it, and that might just close this out.
It's looking likely here. And they should just be able to get the perfect tick, and it's looking like they will. So a contest does need to come through. Oh, well, they hop off the time, so very kind of them. So it looks like we're going back over towards the top center of the map, but it's just the leader's advantage is just way too far gone, man. I mean, look at the slaying discrepancy. 26 to 15,
My bad, I wept. I guess you couldn't go double positive here, kid. 29-16 out of Breadwinner. He's slicing people up with a bread knife, which I don't know if you have those down in Florida, Alex, but they ain't exactly sharp, man. Like, this is insane scenes coming through. Ever since the round 11 loss on the Raid Search and Destroy, these guys have not turned back whatsoever. They put them in the dirt, in the rearview mirror, and just kick it into 6th gear. 0 to 60 as you may like it. Team Pacific Islands, they'll finish the entire weekend with only losing a single series, and it was a map 5 versus Team Japan, your #1 team going into the playoff bracket.
Well, to answer your question before I break anything else down, yes, I know what a bread knife is. However, I didn't know what a bread knife was until I started living on my own because I never used it before.
Do you know which knife it is in order, like from the right side, from the plate in? Do you know which one it is?
Could not. Well, I thought that was the butter knife. I thought the bread knife was like that long, like serrated knife. That was the one that you used to cut like sourdough and other stuff like that.
Yeah, that is actually a bread knife. Sorry,
Okay.
I got my bread knife and butter knife confused. Well, I don't know why you would ever have a bread knife. Could you imagine, like, what if you had like a bread knife, like a meat cutting knife, and like a serrated knife, like all like dinner just got real.
Dinner got a whole lot scarier. Especially if you're with the uncle that you don't like. I digress, though. Left a nade over the top. Finds one in the corner. Just a couple of these replays here from the Search and Destroy and the rest of this series. As mentioned beforehand, from what we saw out of Team Korea, valiant effort in the Search and Destroy. Glad that they were able to take a map off of Pacific Islands. I think that was good for the overall morale of this team going into the bracket play. Got to figure out a couple of things in the respawns, though, because they just have not looked all that clean. One, it comes down to some of the gunfights. Two, it comes down to positioning. I think when they get overwhelmed, I think it's just a bit too chaotic and they can't necessarily survive within the pressure of being able to get swarmed. They're always losing one, especially on Colossus, where somebody can just get lost on one side of the map and make a route all the way through, with especially how close the spawns can be at times. It's really difficult, and you have to be on top of the ball at every single point in time, especially when you're missing one singular player. That's what kind of just comes around at the end of it. But as you said beforehand, Team Pacific Islands, I believe, are going to be that #1 seeded team going into tomorrow, unless I'm completely wrong. I will wait for the update on that. I'm not going to give you false information with a straight face until I absolutely know for certain what we will be looking like for tomorrow. That being said, though, it of course is between Team Japan and the Pacific Islands. One of those two teams will have the #1 seed in play against Team Alaska. Only being 4 teams, we've seen how a lot of these matches have played out already. We do have an interview coming up here in just a short moment, but I guess just to kind of break down the final moments of this series here, I don't think that is going to be too big of a hiccup there for Pacific Islands in that Search and Destroy. If you want me to be genuinely serious, I think the biggest thing in the takeaway from today is the reverse adversary response to their punishment that they had against Team Japan inside of that best of 5 series.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's all about the bounce back, being able to show resolve, and also just like showing like your humility along the way too. Like I think that's what like is also like really important as well. Like you can win with grace, but also like losing in style, I think is something very serious that a lot of people don't talk about, especially when it comes down to a very high competitive area.
Yep.
It's not to like, don't forget, like you were able to beat Team Japan yesterday, but also at the same time, like you have to be able to learn from those mistakes that just literally happened today. The end of this entire road, the end of this week, for you and Brody, you have to crown one PACAF champion. And one PACAF champion goes to the DAF Esports World Championship in July. And that's what's most important. It was one series, like we already talked about, Call of Duty is a day-to-day esport, but you got to be able to learn from those losses in spades, and you be able to find the best map set possible to confirm yourself as the #1 PACAF team.
No, you really do. And it is going to be quite the challenge to get that all the way through. That road is very dark and scary for all the teams that are still going to be playing. Team Alaska, the hopes are still there, regardless of how the results of the weekend have gone so far. The hope is still there. Do we believe that that team is going to probably come out of the PACAF region? Most likely no, but again, that's the beauty of Call of Duty. It's not over until it is officially over and the Vat Lady's singing. So, again, what they're playing for, Andy just summed it up perfectly, put a little bow on it. The DAF Esports World Championship at the end of July. I'm actually quite excited to be able to spectate that. I'm not obviously going to be there, but just being able to watch that with everybody else at home, that is going to be a lot of fun to see who will take that. Top 4 teams from the CONUS region, USAFE, as well as everything else. Before we go ahead and get into this interview, Joe, just a quick shout out again to the 374th Force Support Squadron, as well as the Yokota Esports program for supporting everything here on site in Japan. And this weekend, it has been a great time watching all these matches. And of course, although we're not done with our overall week, the round robin coming to a close is a little bit bittersweet because it was fun watching all of these matchups between these teams, seeing them do battle in and out in every series that they play.
Absolutely, man. I think that PACAF, we were talking a lot about it last season with Brody and Colin, is that like they have a lot of good passion. They have a lot of good talent coming over here as well. I think that you're almost really saddened if you are a PACAF fan, myself included, that like only have there can only be one. Like I almost wish to be able to see like Pacific Islands and Team Japan going in towards to fight against a lot of these CONUS teams, because I think that they would catch a lot of them by surprise. The same thing that we had for like Ramstein at the end of the DAF Esports World Championship just this past summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have iWeb coming in for an interview now, so we're waiting for him to sit down. Sorry, I thought the interview was ready. That's on me. I apologize. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I really do think that both of these teams, I mean, look, you and I watch a lot of Call of Duty. We have seen very good teams. We have seen teams that are not so great. We know how teams, especially like Japan as well as the Pacific Islands, have played throughout this weekend. And that's the worst part about how we have to watch everything, though, is because like we know the stories, we know the kind of passions between the players, we know some of the players personally, and so when we see everything kind of fall apart for them and only one be able to move on, it definitely kind of hurts, especially when you have the almost emotional connection to the storylines that we're not only telling for the players but seeing through them as well. So now the interview is ready with iWeb, so we'll bring iWeb in here and get a little conversation going with him. iWeb, welcome in, brother. It has been a fun time being able to watch you guys play throughout the entirety of this weekend. You guys had a bit of a hiccup earlier on in the day, but you beat Team Korea here to close things off. I'm not 100% sure on what the seeding is going to look like for the rest of this weekend, but how are you guys feeling after the round robins? What are your thoughts going into the rest of the week?
My thoughts for going into the rest of the week would be that I think we just have some minor things that we need to improve on. Be more of a team, especially I think for me. Like sure, in game, right? Like I think that I'm trying to do my part, but I do think like after the losses that we took today, I was a little frustrated. But that's pretty just my mindset right now going in for the rest of the week. Just continue to play more as a team, get the reps, go over VOD, and I think we'll be good.
So let's talk about that entire VOD process here, Web, because I mean, like you're clearly going to be preparing, I imagine, for one matchup in particular. Playoffs are starting tomorrow for you guys. So just the elephant in the room, that one playoff matchup that I know you're going to be looking forward to will be that Team Japan matchup, undoubtedly. We already got rid of the Scar overload. We knew that that was going to be a big issue. Brett already alluded to that one. But what else are we going to be mainly focusing on when it comes down to preparing for Team Japan in the future?
I would say finish how we start, because I feel like, especially with yesterday, I feel like we came in with a good mindset, and I feel like the way we started is how we finish. Opposed to when we started playing them today, I feel like we kind of got off our feet a little bit. So that'd probably be, I think, our main focus as far as going into playing that matchup, because honestly, I feel like we're really strong at hardpoint. Overload, and I feel like we still need a little work. We definitely need work in S&D, but I think we can make it happen in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it was just 2 round 10 losses you guys lost on the Scar search and the Den search versus Team Japan. A couple different decisions go your way, and like honestly speaking, you guys are probably closing that out in 5. The reverse sweep is secured, and this interview's sounding a little bit different, but I'm going to take the scope out just for like a hot second here for you, Wep, because you are the only representation that we have here in the PACAF championships that's representing Anderson Air Base. Not to mention how this is like your first season going into the Air Force gaming. What's that got to feel like, just representing your air base as a whole and just playing around with a good group of guys like Seaskirt Green and Brett?
It feels good. Way better than I expected. I mean, we played online together, but we never actually, at least I haven't seen them in person. I didn't know how everything worked. A good thing I will say about my base is I had some really supportive coworkers and supervisors excited to hear the results and how I play and how my team play. So all in all, very good coming in from Anderson.
Awesome, man. Look, I have to ask because this is just more for fun question than anything else. So you don't have to give me a straight up answer. If you want to give me the PR answer, you're more than welcome to do that. When you're going into the matchup tomorrow, if you do end up going against Japan in the grand finals, if you were to come out with a win, what would be the scoreline prediction inside of that series that you would have for it?
Oh, for sure. I think based off of today, and I mean yesterday and today, I think we'll take the hard point and the overload home. I think honestly, it would possibly be a 3-2. Them possibly
3-2?
taking us a search. Is my main concern. But honestly, hard point, overload. I think we go big.
Awesome. Well, I love to hear the confidence, especially in the respawns. You guys genuinely were frying when we got to watch the tail end of that best of 5 that you played against them earlier today against Team Korea. You guys are looking really good too. So I'm wishing you the best of luck going throughout the rest of the tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun, not only watching you guys throughout tomorrow, but hopefully inside of that grand finals as well. Again, just the best of luck to you guys, and thanks for joining us here tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all for bringing me on here, talking to me about my experience this whole event. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good day as well.
Absolutely. All right. Well, hopefully we'll talk to iWept a little bit more as the weekend continues forward, but that is it for the series that we have for the first 2 days. The round robins are now at a close. And Andy, this is where we get to start talking about the championship bracket, the single elimination, the best of 5s, and then that final best of 7 to decide who will move on to the DAF World Esports Championship later in July. I'm not going to put any predictions on the table right now, far too early for speculation, at least from the two of us, but from the matches that we've seen today, kind of just give some closing thoughts on what we've seen throughout today.
Yeah, man. I mean, we got a little bit of everything. The fact of the matter is, like, that's the second time that we've seen a map number 4. We've gone as far as a map number 5. That took until today as far as the rematch between Japan and Pacific Islands is concerned. I think most importantly, like the biggest takeaway is that there's just a lot of talent out there, right? I mean, you get the CONUS representation. We all know what they bring to the table, but PACAF only having like the one representation going in towards the DAF Esports World Championship does not do justice for how much talent is truly over on this side of the AFG world. Whoever makes it out of that grand finals tomorrow, you best believe, whether it's Japan, Pacific Islands, Korea, I'll even throw Team Alaska into the hat as well. Like, might as well. Like, you have this as a bright opportunity for all of these guys to really bring each other up, to really take this experience at the Yokota Air Base and to be able to take that into whatever is in the future for them, whether that is in esports or whatever their Air Force career looks like.
Absolutely. Well, for the schedule tomorrow, we will have Rocket League and Call of Duty all lined up for you throughout the day on one succinct stream. So we'll start with Rocket League, then we'll go to Call of Duty, and we'll have ourselves a little bit of our bracket between both of those esports titles. For tonight, though, and today over in Japan, that is going to do it for what we have as part of our scheduled broadcast. On behalf of everybody from our production crew, from PACAF Esports Championships, and everybody running things over in the LAN, the players as well, we say have a great night, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for Rocket League and Call of Duty and to progress the bracket at the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship.